it to me, baby.
My heart is beating, beating.
Give it to me, baby.
My heart is beating, beating.
Give it to me, baby.
My heart is beating, beating.
Give it to me, baby.
My heart is beating, beating.
Give it to me, baby.
My heart is beating, beating.
Give it to me, baby.
My heart is beating, beating.
Give it to me, baby.
My heart is beating, beating.
Give it to me, baby.
My heart is beating, beating.
Give it to me, baby.
My heart is beating, beating.
Give it to me, baby.
My heart is beating, beating.
Give it to me, baby.
My heart is beating, beating.
Meow! Meow!
Well, I hope so, you know. Fuck, man, he picked goddamn Harley. You fucking bastard. Yeah, okay, whatever, okay. Oh, shit. Oh, alright, we're back, mates. We're back.
Let's get this started.
Heads up!
Really? Okay, so he thinks he's good. What? What kind of hitbox was that, dude? I literally hit her in the chest with a tornado. That was ridiculous. Come on, man.
Match point for blue team.
Wow, guys, look at this.
Sorry.
Man, that's fucking bullshit. I hate the dodge, bro. Literally dodge and I get smacked. Why does it work like that? Because they have like these fucking long ass hitboxes to make the dodge basically useless sometimes. It's fucking insane.
Who are you gonna send in?
Pretty sure I got the long dodge part.
Just up to Taz. Yes? Taz warned you. Taz hangry.
Yep. Told you, man. Shit's weird. Shit is not working like intended. 10% dodge. Cool. Rick and Morty stage again.
Let's
Yeah,
get
he's got
this
the
started.
same fucking thing, bro. Like, he's got the same fucking idea, so I know I'm not tripping. Ugh, that shit. Man, that's not work.
Everything on it.
See, but I don't like that. Like, bro, what the fuck? Sure, man. Bro, you're in the middle of a fucking attack, dude. Why in the fuck do you get away with that?
And they call me a clown.
Match point for red team.
Why? I couldn't do anything. I don't get it.
How Taz back?
The crowd goes.
Look at how he can go up and down, but my character cannot get his attack out. That is insane.
Match point for blue team.
Okay, who's the creep that did that?
What? Yeah.
Spit, 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 spit.
That's pretty insane, man. But you know, at this rate, I am not surprised, right? Or at least I should not be. Like, look at how he can throw out the attacks that just knock me all over the fucking map. The timing of everything he does is literally to his advantage, but it ties nothing. Nothing makes sense anymore. Like, it's fucking weird, man. It's weird. None of his moves are like
See? Told ya, hun.
cohesive anymore. I should have been able to beat her.
Who are you going to send in?
Who are you gonna send in?
The world, my buffet.
Guys, didn't y'all believe that all those puzzle ads were fake? There's no such game, but today
Sleeping On is Wo Long, developed by former From Software people, and they also made what's the other game that they worked on, Ryan? I can't remember the name of it.
You're referring to the.
Let's get this started.
Producer worked on, I think Neo, Ninja Gaiden.
Neo was
and also Bloodborne.
So I'm really curious about where they end up with that one. I think it'll be very difficult. It's definitely going to be a focus on the combat. So really, really interested in this. And I'm surprised not to see more people talking about it because it's looking great, like visually. If they nail like these combat scenarios and the keys, I'm pretty stoked to see what they do. Death.
Nothing but time.
So in addition to that, of course, the Dead Space remake is on the list. Hopefully, I can find the worst Dead Space console ever. Of course,
What the fuck? I have no idea, bro. What? I just know I went from should have been attacking to just. Bro, what is this? Oh, actually. What?
Match point for Red
I don't like, man. I don't like. Doesn't seem very fair. He like barely hurt me. Make the impact feel more like what he's doing or something. Dude, you're doing your stunt. I'm pretty sure he's doing his. Yep, somehow, man. Yep, man. He just goes into a random attack. His attack just beats me to it. Yep, yep, yep. Man, what the fuck is going on, man? What in the fuck, bro? What the fuck was that, bro? You can tell some bullshit's going on,
Gamers
man.
love them, but
And I'm dead.
decade,
Sorry.
Jesus, yo.
and they
Yeah, that shit was
they do not
bullshit.
necessarily have fans giving them the benefit of the doubt.
I should have downed that dude, and the game was like
So,
lagging him all over the place.
or
Yeah.
Diablo 4 is gonna have to prove it.
No, I'm good fighting you, bro. Get your
On
connection
top
better.
of being a great game, prove it in terms of the monetization stuff that you're talking about. But
Who are you gonna
that's
send in?
definitely number 2 on my list after Starfield. I'm still.
that rabbit.
Dustin, you mentioned Fallout 76, which I've seen a lot of people do, and I don't think that's fair because that was not Todd Howard and his team's game. Like, Todd chipped in on that. He definitely, if you want to say deserves some of the blame for that, that's fine. But that was not a Bethesda Game Studios project. That was their Dallas studio that led the way on that game. So,
Who are
Todd's
you
team
gonna
was
send
busy
in?
working on Starfield for the last 6-7 years here. So I have nothing but optimism. You mentioned the frame rate. I mean, sure, they had to show it at the showcase, and they delayed it for a reason. So, from when the build we saw from the showcase demonstration could be up to
Let's get this started.
10-ish months from the shipping version that we finally get. So I am not concerned, and I remain just incredibly optimistic about Starfield. But Diablo 4 is right there. This is a game that Diablo games don't come around. Mainline Diablo games don't come around very often. So I just can't wait to dive into this thing and see what a new generation of Diablo looks like. And I'll have to join in. I think everybody has said, has also mentioned, what was the one I was just going to say here? Lost, where'd it go?
Yeah,
Hollow Knight 2.
okay.
Yeah, that's a no-brainer. Because it's really cool, man. They've only made one bad game.
Zoom's on.
Years ago, never, and then maybe some shooter didn't go super well yet, but and that's just going to be so much fun. So,
Dude, that's ridiculous, man.
back to is just
They got moves where I get away, I still get fucking hit.
which one of these you guys think's going to sell more lights? There's Tiny Ball, there's Music Ball, there's there. But still, I'm curious, who comes out on top in the sales charts? Just as a fun exercise.
Sure. Sure.
Match point for red team.
Everything I do comes out so late, man. And with no range. That shit is crazy.
Match point for blue team.
Fuck, man.
Say suicide.
That shit is wild, man. What? The hitboxes on some of these moves are fucking ridiculous, bro. Or the connection or something. I'm sorry, man. I'm not getting this shit. These dudes are killing me with some of these. Bro, he was in the middle of the fucking attack and he avoided my shit. But when I do the same thing in ways that I feel like makes perfect sense. Yo, get the fuck out of here. Nothing can hit these dudes, bro. I can tell the connection issues or difference or something is going on.
Multi-platform, but yeah, next gen.
That
I would
was
say the other one
wild.
to consider the Dead Space remake.
Dude's name is probably in Texas or some
Seemingly
shit.
having a more focused audience, I would say something like Dead Space still just has a lot of
Who are you
general
gonna
appeal,
send
and
in?
honestly, I feel like horror games have been very long time in the
This is
making,
fun.
making its own little resurgence, especially with like Twitch and I think younger audiences that love Five Nights at Freddy's and are growing up and getting into other horror games. So I think there's actually quite a big market for that as well.
Yeah, so the reason I would switch Miranda, like where our console sale is going to be by the time Suicide Squad comes out, let's say 40 million consoles, so that's your install base for the console.
Let's get this started.
But with Diablo, you have all the consoles, so you have old consoles and new ones, and both have the PC market to consider. So I don't know.
Diablo is huge.
Yeah. So I would lean more towards Diablo 4 with that added that Suicide Squad is next gen.
Spinning capability appears near limitless. Approach with caution.
Once the Activision acquisition closes from Microsoft, if it was in Game Pass too, so then if you have 30 there it is. Game Pass subscription, and it's Diablo 4 to just be. That's gonna be.
Sure, man.
This, my sense
Sure, man.
the game that I
Yeah. Oh man, it's the same fucking dude. Of course, you're gonna use the cheesiest motherfuckers.
is going to be just an extraordinarily emotional and momentous occasion. Obviously for the development team, I think for the industry as a whole, because of what that team has done through
One bad ball.
incredible little kind of live during the Xbox Extended Showcase. Some of the developers have actually taken up arms to fight for their country. And so that's one reason why I would love to see just
Aiming for the fur ball.
everyone play,
Match point for red team.
You just keep throwing it out, man.
Match point for blue team.
It's gonna be a heck of a 2020.
Before I went to Laurel Sling School, I never knew I could have home. Or that I could learn where, when, how I could, which makes me wonder about all the other school was never going to teach me limitless learning at Laurel Springs.
More salt.
Maybe some has officially stopped development on projects.
Soup.
Success.
We'll get to in a moment. And then Splinter Cell VR, which some of you may be going, wait a second. They announced the Splinter Cell VR game? Yeah, that was as far as they got.
Maybe next time, Bat Lips.
Okay.
Haven't heard about it since, until now that it's canceled. So, Stella, yes. Post Recon,
Who are you gonna send in?
your immediate reaction to that trailer?
Why for am I here?
I think my first thought was ew. Like, it seems like, so the environment, of course, like we already kind of had this with Warzone. So for me, it just feels very late to the party. I mean, with Fortnite, Warzone, and Apex, you're just not really going to be able to get yourself in the market right now, just because you have things that appeal to like every audience that is interested in battle.
Let's get this started.
Also, I feel like that whole influx of battle games has kind of died down. Like we saw high-res studios even putting their name in the bucket, but like it doesn't really stick around. So like yeah, when you try to get in on the hype of games that are currently doing well, especially free-to-play the games where you
I was angry.
it's hard to do that. And I only played one.
Bro, what? I get armor on my attack, but I still get fucking smacked. I just don't get it. Some things I just don't understand. He fucking flew, bro. He basically flew through the air as a cat. I don't get it. Sure. Man, this shit is pissing me off, bro.
Match point for red team.
Did he? What the fuck happened? Bro, get the fuck out of here, bro. Why? Why? No attacks though? No. Do another attack, I get hit. Bro, what? Bro, I was on the floor and I did my attack, and this dude somehow ended up doing his attack. God, I missed it on the stream too. I don't know what the fuck that was, man. That was ridiculous.
And I keep saying this, but I feel like Ubisoft is constantly behind in.
Who are you gonna send in?
Like, Hyperspace just.
That's getting headset, man.
You can't get by on concept alone. It's just one of those things where it just felt very out of touch. The gunplay didn't feel good. The movement felt okay, but not really good. So there's a lot to consider in making battle royale. And it's like it's not one of those things where it's just free access and anything would go. Like it has been in the market.
Who are you
for
gonna
quite some
send
time,
in?
And people know what they want in a battle royale now, and you have to meet those standards.
Brandon, it seemed like if any of the Clancy brands would have been a good fit for Battle Royale, probably would have been Ghost Recon. So is this cancellation a little surprising to you?
I think it's unfortunately probably the right place. So we've talked about Ubisoft at length and how they approach.
Let's get this started.
Games. And as Stella said, like, they're just too late to the party. Honestly, we have the gaps filled. Like Ghost Recon, are you gonna do something better than PUBG or anything similar to it? I don't know. Like, not the first person I go to. Like, I'd rather go try Warzone than try a Ghost Recon Battle Royale, just because we know Call of Duty has a very established approach to first-person shooters. And I understand the mechanics and what they're going to do and what they're going to offer. Most of the time, mainly, to the experience. But
Bro, what?
Every episode.
Press hit for this.
What? I was grounded and already on my attack, but I'm the one getting hit away. Like, I get no priority on nothing, but like,
Match point for blue team.
Stop that spinning.
Match point for red team.
That's not full yet.
Don't get pleased on me.
bro, what the fuck?
Success.
Decides to let their teams get themselves in that competitive space or like team-based multiplayer space. Does he not
Test time. Test time.
And I think
Test time.
and the reason I say it doesn't have to be competitive is I know I bring this up a lot because I play it a ton, but like with Genshin Impact, that's a multiplayer game that is primarily a single player experience, but it has like a lot of offerings and ongoing like service stuff.
What's up, Sornite?
I think it's just really unique, and I kind of am always looking for games that do similar things to that, where they're
A
offering
2v2 tournament?
that has not either been done before or is trying something.
I mean, I'm for sure I could win a 1v1 tournament as long as.
Try to let their teams do that.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I can win a 1v1 one. I don't know about a 2v2. I appreciate you being here. Thank you for your presence. Welcome to the stream. But yeah,
We look back. Splinter Cell, as it was,
Who are you gonna send in?
arguably was a trend-setting game. Here's how to do modern stealth really, really well. You had Metal Gear doing it too, but really nothing else.
it's
past
weird. I
Metal Gear.
don't have a block on the links, but it looks like for some reason they're still being blocked.
Tactical shooters, both single player, multiplayer, really well. And you had Ghost Recon kind of doing it in the outdoor tactical multiplayer space. But Splinter Cell VR has been that, maybe less than in the VR space. What do you make of Splinter Cell VR being canceled?
I'm glad they were canceled. I wasn't particularly excited. I don't like VR stuff, so I wouldn't say glad they're canceled. I would say I don't care that they were canceled because I likely wasn't going to play them. So for me, it's like really low impact, right? But to echo sort of what Miranda and Stella have been saying, I'm more worried about the direction that Ubisoft is heading. This idea that they're chasing trends, like they'll announce a game, and I'm like, well, that game's not going to come out for 3 years. Is this genre even still going to be trendy by the time that game releases?
He's gonna
And
kick my fucking
Beyond
ass.
Good and Evil 2, that's a game a lot of people were excited about. That's a Ubisoft property that they just seem to have abandoned. I would also argue that the original Assassin's Creed was pretty unique for its time. And then the sequel improved upon that and was beloved. So like they still have the Assassin's Creed franchise. They have Skull and Bones coming, which I think have a lot of people excited, and that's more.
Let's get this started.
Ubisoft as opposed to.
Yeah, I'm gonna get my ass kicked.
And they've also given Skull and Bones a lot of time in the cook, so to speak, because it just wasn't ready. One of the things that I see more and more in the industry is trend, as you said, and that's really concerning me.
I'm not scared of the Ice Queen. What makes you think I'd be scared of you?
Dedicated themselves to making phenomenal
Cool.
time and time again. They consistently delivered.
Soup's on.
Form of house. Ooh, I'm a house now. House coming through.
Match point for blue team.
That was bad times to the max.
Time.
Decides to try and say game reviewers.
Spin, 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 spin.
Match point for red team.
Why for you bury me in the cold, cold ground?
Success.
They tell you
Can not.
a game is going to review like, so that has an idea. So I'm shocked that a game like
Do you taste good with ketchup?
on paper it looks bad. And like
Let's go!
Like the NFT response is overwhelmingly negative, and we've seen like disastrous results. Like Metaverse.
Who are you gonna send in?
Right now for Facebook. So like I don't know what's going on at Ubisoft. I don't know what Ubisoft is anymore. They're making all these games that don't seem to appeal to a lot of people, and the ones that do appeal to a lot of people, like the Beyond Good and Evil 2 remake, like the Splinter Cell remake, they're just quiet. We just don't hear anything.
Well, they're still far out. That's the problem. And to try and
As an
we
animal.
can throw out, the Avatar game could be good if it's a high production value, story driven first person game. We just haven't seen enough of it to know yet. And then the other big one I would say, if we're trying to look to them to get back to their past of innovating and trend setting, there is Massive's the development studio, Massive, makers of The Division. There is their Star Wars project, which is we literally have a one-sentence description of it. Here it is from the official website. Ubisoft has announced it is collaborating with Disney and Lucasfilm Games on a new story-driven, open-world video game set in the Star Wars galaxy, which is something we haven't had. Weirdly,
Let's get this started.
we've had KOTOR forever ago, and the KOTOR remake. That's a role-playing game, but this is something that will hopefully bring us something we haven't seen before. But I disagree with you. By and large, the ledger sheet is not balanced out.
Who first?
From a creative perspective, Ubisoft just sad. I've played so many great games. Once they get it from
Gonna crush you. Form of
Jesus, man. Is that like the only attack this motherfucker can do?
Soup's on.
It's a shame to see something like a Splinter Cell cancelled because that could have been a really great, like, unique new.
What go in?
This is fucking ridiculous, bro. He's just doing the same two attacks. None of my attacks are capable of hitting him. Armor attack doesn't come out. That attack hits me even though I'm above him.
Match point for red team.
That's ridiculous. What? Come on, man. Why can everybody get so many such generous hitboxes?
Gonna crush ya! Here it comes!
Bro, what? Yo, this is so cheesy, bro. What the fuck?
Here it comes! House coming through!
Match point for blue team.
Honey, get ready for a smackdown.
16 has been excellent for years now. Just seems new generation of red gamers and like it's weird, like I don't know if that's supposed to be
How did he? Bro, man.
So it's less than
Success.
trivia time. Danny from Puerto Rico asks a very good trivia question here. This one I had to think long and hard about, and I don't think I got this one right.
I'm only winning because I'm spiking people. Honestly, I'm just being good at the game on a technical level, not even because of Taz. I would say if I get another character, I'd probably be unstoppable at this point. But
Who are you gonna send?
I want to be good with Taz. But why am I so dedicated to Taz? That is a great question. I don't necessarily need to be.
Released on outside of the Xbox platform.
Hope you're a conductor,
Permanent
because we got
exclusive. So 3 of these are temporary exclusives. One of them stayed on Xbox forever. Was it Star Last Eternal Sonata, Last Remnant, or Infinite Undiscovery? All 4 excellent games. Let me go to Stella first on this one.
Who are you gonna send in?
Oh god, okay. I don't know JRPGs that well except for Final Fantasy 14, so I don't know. Shoot. I'm just gonna. God, I don't know.
Let's get this started.
Going with Star Ocean. Alright.
Is that one name that I do recognize, but I don't know if that's right.
Eston?
You're gonna pick like Lost Odyssey or Blue Dragon, the easy ones. That's the
Yeah, it's
first party game, so that would be too easy.
Do these momos really think they can beat us?
no idea. I'm gonna say it's
You?
I had the same thought when I heard the question because I was like, oh, I hope Blue Dragon's here. I have a favorite, so I'll do the Discovery Falls. That's a unique name.
Good game too, and good choice because you're absolutely correct, Miranda. Nicely done. Never anything else. Those are the 3 eventually did, which means Miranda Wise will lead 8 points for Miranda, 6 for Stella, 5 for Destin. Still a pretty tight game.
Just like the gems taught me.
Yeah,
producer Red dialing up some
That's
right.
Yeah, it's very cute. It's really cute. That's cute.
Really good games on the
Nice.
so, thank you very much today. And if anybody else out there has a good Xbox question, please send it in.
Match point for blue team.
Unlocked at IGN.com.
Get ready, gotta get back up.
Please write the correct answer in your email. And don't forget your name and optionally your gamer tag. You can get this to short as well. Should you pick your question. And with that, we come to the end of Podcast Unlocked, episode 554. You can find me on Twitter at DMC_Lion. There is a IGN first in next week, beginning of August, which I think will interest a lot of people listening to or watching this. So look out for that. And Miranda, before you.
Thank you, baby. And have a awesome time with the kid on Instagram, Twitch, and Twitter. And just check out our guides. We're working really well on a lot of them. We're trying to get some game pass tags going as well. So if everyone's like looking at 6, we're just getting started with that. But make sure that you guys need a little help with some of these really great demo games, options, potential, and things. We have those covered.
Brilliant. Stella.
Parallax Stella everywhere. Work, and it's my birthday on Saturday, so yeah, that's my big announcement. Yeah.
Buns your arms and you'll get
Be
home.
sure to wish Stella a happy birthday. Destin, take us home.
Yeah. And it's in the very message on
Success.
You're gonna be really excited. That's what I was working on. So, have fun with that. Super hype. Thanks for watching, everybody.
Oh yeah, cue that victory music.
Budget sheet. There's all kinds of spreadsheets and other fun things that happen.
Mine's a huge content.
All right. I want to thank Red, our outstanding producer, along with Miranda, Stella, and Destin, Ryan. This again was Unlocked 554, and we'll see you next week.
Who are you going to send in?
Virtual events can be great for growing your brand and building an audience. With Zoom events, you can simplify
Gotta change my name.
combining the reliable video quality you love with features that take events to the
The world, my buffet.
customized ticketing with Intuit.
Who remembers Tomb Raider 1, the first incredible adventure of the instantly iconic Lara Croft? If you played this game as a kid, you probably remember climbing around destroyed temples and shooting wolves as they chased you through the jungle. You probably remember how anxiety-inducing the open water swimming bits were, and you definitely remember the T-Rex. But do you remember the zombie centaurs who shoot exploding flesh bombs? How about the Uzis being hidden on an invisible platform high above a giant sphinx? Do you remember that one of the bosses was literally just a guy on a skateboard in cargo shorts who quotes the film Taxi Driver at you?
Let's get this started.
Last level is through a giant pulsating womb fighting winged mutants as they hatch from enormous eggs. You don't? Well, strap in, because we're about to play the entire game. Tomb Raider was insane. It's a huge 3D puzzle. Questions of ancient aliens.
Welcome, Ding. Welcome, Ding. I'll be using this.
And while it gets you remember ladies and gentlemen,
Special delivery. Moving in.
Yo, they gotta do something about that, man. What the fuck? No linger. Everybody else gets lingering hitboxes, bro. But everything I throw out is just like fucking instantly over. What?
Match point for red team.
As do you like gum?
Sure, man. Sure, man.
Match point for blue team.
Stop spinning so I can kick your butt.
Sure, man. Sure, man.
Good soup. Watch your fun.
Take this, you ding dong. Judo chop in.
Bro, get the fuck out of here, man. And I'm still getting hit by this dude, bro. That's bullshit, man. It's lagging so fucking bad. Yeah, okay, buddy.
Everything on it.
Yeah, okay. What the fuck? Bro, get the fuck out of here, man.
Who's the winner? All right, me.
Continue. The adventure begins with the main menu with the start game option being a
Who are you gonna send in?
What are we doing? Playing on his host or some shit?
Greatest tutorial levels ever made. Lara lives in Croft Manor. Now, in the first game, you don't learn much about her family history, but you do get to explore a very limited linear section of the map. And this
I'm fucking hungry, man.
remarkably well. You are shown how to run forward or turn or jump.
Words.
Tumble backward and forward or sidestep left and right. Tomb Raider 1, unfortunately, doesn't let you tumble or turn while jumping, which will become an issue when we look at combat later. The entrance hall is full of boxes teaching you how to climb over things. Run up to the edge and press action and you'll vault up onto it. The ballroom is converted into an assault course, and here you can learn all the basics you'll need. Running, jumping,
Let's get this started.
or grabbing aims from a jump, along with shivering along crack. And finally, there's a swimming pool. Now, controlling Lara underwater is actually fine, provided the camera has room to move around you. And when you leave the pool, Lara says, best out of these wet clothes, and then the tutorial ends. Now that line, let's get out of these
More
wet clothes,
circus of
gave
strange.
birth to a playground rumor of the naked Lara. People said if you finish the tutorial fast enough, a hidden cutscene, or if you found a hidden door, you can see her naked.
Aiming for the fur ball.
Bro, come on, man. How does he get away with that? That is so fucking weird. It doesn't even look like he is going to, but then he fucking does.
Aiming for the fur ball.
And I'm sorry, man. There's no way I'm playing against human beings.
Angry.
Eat this, Fleabag.
Game begins. We've got all the basics in but the tutorial didn't pressing triangle draws your guns, holding A to shoot. You've got unlimited ammunition with your basic weapons. Now, while your weapons are drawn, you can't pick things up.
Match point for red team.
Stupid pointy ear man. How's coming?
Sure, man.
Your health is shown from top to bottom. Now, traps in Tomb Raider 1 always scared me because of their caring little hands. Make no mistake, this game is hard, and the final level is basically 30 minutes of the developers trying to kill them. Eventually, the camera has to be So we should go this way. Let's go in. Just about make the jump. So we'll talk about the great alarm system later. Quick note about fantastic climbing animations. Their motion blocks have been improving self up movement really well. Now this is fix the level. But if you don't go this way, eat this flea bag.
What?
It's a jump just like bridge. You jump backwards onto the surface and then leap the jump you can make it to the output. Doing this gives you a satisfying musical sting. This is an excellent bit of music. Having a player understand from the first bit of the process. You've already recorded them for exploring, which means now they're going to explore absolutely everywhere. No wonder you were so compelled to explore every bit of the
Match point for blue team. Sending you back to the zoo.
Bro, what?
Itself as uneven, small drops of stones, but you'll see it's very small.
Bro, that is wild, man.
You drooled on it.
He can do that.
Eat this flea bag. Farming.
No, you would definitely
Aiming for the fur ball.
Oh, man. Yeah, that sucks, man. I don't have any fucking attacks to knock a nigga off, man. You know my tornado's not good enough. It's just too slow for most of these characters.
I'll be washing off slobber for days.
was game changing. It defined and defines the problem space for both players and developers in such a way that
Sorry about that. I don't know what the fuck was going on. It wasn't letting me switch the scene. Alright, let's go. Here's our journey and first impressions into the game that is a remake or retelling of Final Fantasy 1, which used to be like a 2D affair back in the Disney. So let's see how this works and plays out. Hopefully it's fun. And hopefully they put some care into it, because you know how Square can be.
Around the 10 to 15 hour mark. My playthrough took about 15 hours, but most of that time was me getting lost. Now the second level will probably be more familiar to you, because this was the level included on that PlayStation demo disc. This was also the first level with water. Honestly, Lara controls better underwater than on land. The full 3D rotation is really easy. If you run out of breath underwater, you'll begin losing power. Lose all your health and you'll die in this horrific drowning contortion. I think this brutal death animation is why I was so scared of drowning as a kid. While the levels are linear in the steps required to complete them, you can still access certain areas early. This room with dragon statues has a hidden door in it, but this won't open until I find a switch in another room later. The design runs a very fine line between freedom to explore and massive waste of time. Spending 10 seconds to swim to a room that you can't use till later is just a nice little distraction, but spending 10 minutes to climb around the edge of an entire room to reach a door at the top, only to discover it's locked and the switch was the other way, that can be super annoying. Occasionally the game will just throw a surprise bear at you, just for good measure. So with the levels being puzzles, how do you navigate? Well, mostly memory. You don't have a map, because why would you? You're the first person to explore this too. But if you open your menu, you can access your compass. And I would like to grant the compass the award of one of the most useless items in video game history.
I don't remember ever using the compass in that game. That's pretty fucking funny. I think I always just remember the level layout. Music so far sounds pretty cool. The guy on the cover looks pretty cool. 4 people. Damn. Looks like a lot of people want to play. That's cool. Cool. Yeah, the sound effects and shit were already off, I could tell, because before it started, it was already playing everything. I could hear it. It's kind of weird. Damn, bro, they've been using like the same menu styles for a long ass fucking time, bro. Excuse me. Is that shit gonna leave the screen ever? Cool.
Hey, what? Looks like it.
Then why doesn't it feel like it?
Chaos. Yo, they legitimately cut. They legitimately blocked that cutscene. That was weird. Holy shit. That's wild.
Your time's up!
Okay.
Typical anime shit, man. I'm saying to punch it. Time to get out of here. Psh.
Look, the crystals can sense each other.
You have one too, don't you?
My mission is to kill Chaos. That's all I know.
Me too.
That's all I know.
Good. We're all on the same hunt.
Man, we're all here to fuck some chaos shit up.
What?
Need something for that?
Bro, what the fuck?
It's just a scratch. Nothing a little spit can't heal. When are we gonna fight Chaos? All this monster hunting is a pain in the ass.
Seriously. Fingers crossed we're done.
Either way, time to pay the king a visit.
And we don't leave without answers.
It's all about chaos from here on out.
Lies shrouded in darkness.
The world's shrouded in chaos.
The seas languish. The earth decays. But the people believe in a prophecy. patiently awaiting its fulfillment. When darkness veils the world, 4 warriors of light shall come.
All right, there we go. Though lives in the shadow of chaos, its noble people greet the dawn with heads held high. The spirits of Cornelius' common folk are sustained by the royal family, particularly the beloved princesses. Princess Sarah is Cornelius' moon, her silvery smile a balm that heals any troubled heart. Princess Mia is its sun, a source of comforting warmth to all. Yet it is a prophecy too that sustains the people's hope. The wise words of Lucan, foretelling warriors of light who will one day rise up and lead Cornelia to salvation.
You are skilled, to be sure. Few could have slain even one of those abominations, let alone 3. There is still the matter of your number, however.
When darkness veils the world,
Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. How are you this evening?
shall come.
And your crystals trouble me. They do not shine the color they should.
Can't argue with that. But you need warriors, right? Look in front of you. Here we are, ready and willing to take chaos down for you.
And with all due respect, isn't that what matters most?
Perhaps.
Chaos.
Yet a question still weighs on my mind, warriors of the Dark Crystals. Why court danger so eagerly? What could you possibly hope to gain?
Welcome to the stream, guys. Welcome to the stream.
Dead.
All I give a fuck about is seeing chaos dead.
Too.
Excuse my language.
It's not a hope or a dream.
It's my promise.
It's like a hunger, a thirst. Does that answer your question?
Very well. Minister Lagom, fetch the key to the shrine.
My lord.
Jack, Ash, Jed. I place the future of Cornelia in your hands. Do not fail us.
That's pretty crazy. Wait. Whoa. I'm talking combos. I'm talking combos. Oh, he's a guy with the cool shoes and shit. Yeah, I mean, we all look cool. They're dressed by default cooler than the Final Fantasy characters.
In the morning.
XV.
Make your
15.
preparations and wait for me at the city gates. Until then.
Many warriors have come before us, but you are different somehow. I expect great deeds.
Okay, let's get it.
Little is known about the shrine. Tread carefully, warriors.
Let's up the music up a little bit. Yeah, that's good enough then. I just need to turn my shit up. There we go. There we go. Now we thumping. Didn't I change my headset to be?
I'll deliver the key in the morning. In the meantime,
you look every bit the war. I can imagine it serves you well on the battlefield. Even so, I would kindly ask that you smile in front of my daughters. May the crystal's blessing be with you always. We await news of your victory. May the crystal's blessing.
Cornelia is counting on you to save us from the darkness. I know you will. May the crystal's blessing be with you always. I wonder where Sarah went. She said she wanted to speak with you, but... I wonder where...
Talk to someone until they say Jeff
I'll
stops
deliver the
saying
key.
Yeah.
Little is known. Tread.
No jump. Oh, fuck. You know what that is? The default dodge is a back dodge. I already know what that kind of combat is. Looks like we're looking at that Dark Souls style.
Hmm? What's going on?
Princess Sarah. The people love her.
Like a flower blooming in a
Sorry.
dark wasteland.
Come on, Jack. Wouldn't kill you to smile for once.
Jack, you've returned.
No, I don't care about her.
With a few more scars.
It's nothing. Jack has the best medicine.
That's wonderful. In that case, if it's not too much trouble, would you be able to spare some for our soldiers in the castle? There's no medicine, is there?
Is there something you want?
There is. I need a favor from you. I heard you were going to the shrine, so I thought this would be my only chance to ask.
Favor?
Two, actually.
Of course.
There was a knight by the name of Garland who set off to battle chaos as well, but he never returned. If you could,
Garland.
I would be grateful if you looked for him.
Look, we don't have time for a rescue mission, Princess.
I understand. You don't need to go out of your way. Just keep an eye out for him.
What does he look like?
He always wore such splendid armor, with a helmet that was terrifying to behold. He towered over the other knights. Even so, his voice was always warm.
How long ago was this?
Perhaps 10 years ago. Although, it seems just like yesterday. No one believes me. Not the minister, not my father. They say a knight by the name of Garland never existed.
As you wish. We'll see what we can do about your missing knight.
Thank you, Jack. Jack, wait. The other favor. Come back. And soon. May the crystal's blessing be with you. Always.
Odd. Your crystal vibrating too?
Yeah, weird.
Forget it. We need to focus. Tomorrow's gonna be a long day. Let's get some rest.
Hey, Jack. Just the guy I wanted to see. I heard you're off to the shrine tomorrow. Why don't you spend the night here?
Yeah.
Great. Come on in.
News of your departure will soon spread, and failure will leave a stain on the king's reputation. Bear this in mind. Travel northwest, and you will reach the Chaos Shrine. Go with the crystal's blessing.
Hmm. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. Mm-hmm.
Your time's up! Got you now! Incoming! You ready? Out of my sight! Okay.
Time for a change. All right. Crush you! Damn it! This is the one.
Super confused, but okay.
You need to go north. You might not get there by simply going north. You might need to swim west, climb east, remember that secret on the south, and then run north. The compass is a nice thematic touch, but completely useless mechanically. Sometimes you'll find keyholes. Activate them by standing directly in front of them. If you're carrying keys, you get to choose which one to try, and if thematic touch, but completely useless mechanic. Sometimes you'll find keyhole. You might need to swim west, climb east, remember that secret tunnel south, and then run north. The compass is a nice thematic touch, but completely useless mechanic. Sometimes you'll find keyholes. Activate them by standing directly in front of them. If you're carrying keys, you get to choose which one to try, and if you don't have any keys, Lara just says no.
No.
If you have multiple keys on you, you have to try each
Time for a
one until you
change.
find the right one, which isn't great game design. 2 Raider 1 doesn't go overboard on
All
the
right.
story, at least not early on.
Time for a
It does have
change.
some nice touches to visual storytelling, but in games like this, it's rap. It's abandoned. How is it still standing? And then games like this, Wall of Skulls, shown with the best touch of 1996 to offer. One can really think about how the one is and the media. No way! You have bright lights, lush, good. Not always realistic, even for the time, but definitely striking. We have but the play mechanic is so clunky. If you stand as next to a block, you're prepared to push the block. And you don't every single tile again. But if you go forward and press the block, you'll find forward, backward, and X keys, but the order you use them changes the interaction with the block. Sometimes you'll find a return treasure, but it's not actually treasure. It's the key to a strange key. There are no out of my sight! In some way. Some switches are underwater, but they're different from the land ones. These levers are only found underwater, and using them makes Lara place herself and pull back on you. You will never find a lever-style switch underwater. And even if you find a regular switch underwater, it means eventually you'll drain the water. Damn it! Regular switches if you're underwater. This secret room has some until a lot later on, but still is worth you will get lost a lot, especially with the similar walls and corners. You will miss right past potential drops. You'll assume something is a dead end when there's actually a key hidden just out of sight. In fact, the just out of sight trick is used so often for items or messages. You'll be looking over your shoulder and every single time, eventually you'll start to find the actual ruins, the temples, and the lost cities, and the fantastical places you'd expect to find a fantastical adventure there. The environments are brilliant. As you explore more, play with falling in 2 Raider is dangerous. If you land on water, it's no way! So when you're traversing the ledges of a tall ruin,
This is the no. Time for a change.
You know what else? Look at this. It's a lever next to a door. So what does it do? I assume open the door, but nope, it's a trapdoor. And from this moment on, I never trust levers again. At least in the early game, bears will become your worst enemy. Next level, we begin underwater. We're quickly swept down to a raging current and thrown into a room with so many wolves. Group fights in small spaces are not this game's best bit. They are more frustrating frustrating than they are fun. Now, the textures of Tomb Raider 1, the browns and pixely greys, can sometimes act as unintentional camouflage hiding paths or openings. If this were Uncharted, you'd have a red through line or highlight or accent colour to draw the eye and help guide the player to keep up the pace the designers were going for. But in Tomb Raider 1, there's no help, no visual clues, no rays of light or camera pulls after the first level. You're left to just explore every surface and hope you find an entrance that you missed. The developers weren't really bothered about pacing this game. It's not about keeping up a continuous playstyle, it's about solving the puzzle. And now, probably the most memorable early game moment in this lost city. As you run into the open valley, two raptors attack. Now this part is inside a cave is actually much cooler than this being open to the inside. And then, this moment. Cliffs to either side, freeing your vision to the centre, you run forwards.
T-Rex. One of my favorite moments in gaming. Not the Burger King. T-Rex and fucking Tomb Raider.
The T-Rex. This was a moment most people freaked out, turned about and ran away. The movement of the enemy, the music ramping up, the camera zooming out a bit for a more cinematic moment. The absolute feeling of you are in trouble. This was such a powerful moment, framed so perfectly by the valley sides drawing your vision forward. Unfortunately, the combat system is so rudimentary that just can't do this moment the justice it really deserves. All you do is shoot while jumping backwards and you'll be fine. You'll never actually reach. Tomb Raider's action ambitions are held so far back by its severely limited combat mechanics. This level also begins the collect multiple items to progress design we'll see for the rest of the game. Centered around the valley are three cogs. You need to find the cogs to power up a machine back at the start. This means you'll be jumping over a broken bridge which spans the side of the T-Rex attack and jumping down into the corners of the water temple at the end of the valley. All the cogs go on the spindles of a machine which stops the water and lets you swim upstream now that the current is gone. Here we will find the shotgun, our first weapon upgrade, and much more powerful than the pistols. Quick note about Lara's signature hairstyle, the ponytail, or the braid in Tomb Raider 1. Lara's hair doesn't move freely or flow accurately. To do so is far more process intensive to make it work on PC. Remember, the game released on home PC as well as console. Reports from the early development test levels, videos of which came show Lara with a moving hair accent, but it was so complex to program something, but you're not sure how it's helped you. I find a med kit hiding behind this and then leap back into the pool of water, trying to find where I can go. Oh, if you leap from the Lara will scream on the way. Right, stuck in these lower water opens a hidden passage behind a waterfall that was never mentioned before. Of course, it's so obvious. And now you'll meet the most dangerous enemy in the game, the thing that will kill you more than anything else. The boulder. The goddamn boulder. Hitting one over by a boulder is basically an instant death, and because you don't have much time to think or plan, chances are each boulder trap in the game will kill you at least once. All you really avoid it, you know they're about. They are the quick time events of 1996. Now the rebooted Tomb Raider can go on to use actual events, but make no mistake, the spirit of the insta-death boulder lives on in every press X to not die moment. When I switch the camera switches to this lovely cinematic shot, you can see the first part of the Scion, the artifact that hides together, can't quite reach it. Probably the worst texture choice so far. The handle of this switch matches up almost perfectly with the design of the wall, making it really hard to find. Seriously, just stand still and shoot. It is the best way to deal with every enemy. Boring, but effective. This level has us finding 3 levers to open Natla hired us to get, but we can't quite reach it yet. And now, in probably the worst texture choice so far, the handle of this switch matches up almost perfectly with the design of the wall, making it really hard to find. Seriously, just stand still and shoot. It is the best way to deal with every enemy. Boring, but effective. This level has us finding 3 levers to open 3 doors to escape, and then we meet the second most dangerous enemy in the game, the Spike Pit. Falling into a spike pit is game over. They are hidden, they are lethal, they are scary, because look at them, brilliantly white with bloody crusts. As a kid, these terrified me. And later in the game, the designers actually drop you onto slopes which have you slide backwards into spike pits, because the designers of this game hate you. This puzzle needs me to move some pillars around and jump over them, and this highlights one of the biggest pacing issues with the puzzles in the game. Whenever a player works out a puzzle, there's an aha moment, that rush of dopamine. You get the intellectual reward of knowing you fixed the problem, and now you can put the solution into action. The problem with Tomb Raider is, once you've had that aha moment, actually putting the solution into practice takes a little bit too long. You need to reclimb, or reposition, or reset switches, and everything takes slightly longer than it needs to. The high you get from solving a puzzle in your mind slowly fades as you have to go through the practical steps to actually use the solution. And then you fall into a spike pit, and you have to go through the entire puzzle again, except this time it's not fun at all because you've already solved it. You're just going through the motions of physically completing it again. Tomb Raider 1 is a great game, there's no doubt, but it's also frustrating. It's tedious, it's repetitive. It's fun the first time, but the design of the game and all the unfair deaths mean the majority of your gameplay won't be spent in that first time mindset. You'll be approaching a puzzle for the 5th or 6th time, after you've died to the 5th or 6th hidden trap after it, but then you die to another one again. Also, climbing a wall means you need to run into it every time, and whenever you do, Lara says oof. It's probably the most awkward aspect of movement.
My name is Daniel. It means God is with us in the Bible. Knowing God is with you every time, everything I do is such an inspiration. I was diagnosed with retinoblastoma in my left eye when I was 4 years old,
Finally access the throne room, and my guns auto-aim at one of the mummies. So I'm thinking, is this an enemy? I walk closer and it lunges at me. Shocking, yes, but it would have been more effective had my guns not auto-aimed at it and warned me. Grab the first part of the scion, the temple begins to crumble, and we run away. Then some other dude shows up and begins shooting at us, one of Natla's hired goons. This just shows how dull the combat is. What the game expects you to do is run around and jump and hide and shoot back, but you can just open your inventory and use a med pack, either small for half health or large for full health, in the middle of combat, and it's an instant heal. So every fight is just tank damage while shooting and healing. The dude dies and we get a cutscene. We decide to double-cross Natla because, well, she did just try to kill us. Now, Lara can't just take the stairs, so we get the most over-the-top entrance to a level I've ever seen. She cuts the wire to a lift using a blowtorch while aiming onto the other end and launching herself into the roof of a building. And I have so many questions. Why was the elevator on the outside of the building with no cladding or shielding from the elements? What was the wire hooked to that she avoided smashing into at the top? How does being on the roof help? Anyway, we break into Natla's office and discover the second bit of the song of the St. Francis Folly. So, level starts, I take a sip of tea and instantly dive to a lion attack. And this is the moment when it is so bright. Fun's over, time to kill the player. The Lost City vibe has been replaced with sand and ancient Egyptian stuff, and the walls are replaced with walls which are much tougher, and now a recurring enemy with very strange programming. Every now and again, this dude will show up and shoot you, and we can't kill him. So what we can do is shoot him until he runs off camera and despawns. But he will only despawn when you can't see him. So if you keep following him, he never goes away. It's also a shame that some of the coolest movement mechanics, the triple jump off various sloped surfaces, is only used to find secrets and not actually needed to finish the game, meaning most people won't experience how cool it feels to do this. Okay, I have jumped up to the top of a secret area and found some ammo. There's a weak crumbling floor over there. You know what? I bet it's a super secret shortcut to help me get down quicker. Turns out it was not a shortcut, it was death. In modern game design, once the player has made it to the end of a puzzle, there's usually a quick shortcut to get back to the start, so they don't just need to do the same puzzle in reverse. But Tomb Raider, if you spend your time climbing up to get something, you need to spend your time climbing down to get back. When in the water, there's no combat, and there's no underwater weapons in Tomb Raider 1, which becomes a bit of an issue because now the game introduces giant crocodiles, and you are completely at their mercy, and the relaxed underwater swimming sections now become swim faster, get the hell out of the water. Nowhere is safe anymore. Eventually you find a switch which drains the water. On one hand, great, I can progress. On the other hand, I know this means I now need to fight the crocodile. Welcome to the first of many tall vertical rooms with multiple paths leading away into standalone puzzles which all reward one part of an item needed back in the main room. So let's do this. There are 4 keys needed for a door on the ground floor, and each key is on a level of this giant climbable room through a door labelled with an ancient god's name. Find the levers in the central column to open the 4 doors, and then let's go and get them. Atlas door first. I'm expecting some kind of boulder puzzle because the famous Atlas holding the world image, and I was right, and I managed to dodge this first time. Drop into a pit and grab the first key. Next up is Neptune, probably water, and yep, it's an anxiety-inducing dive into an underwater section with a lever and just enough breath to make it out alive. And now one of the most annoying and deadly rooms, the Thor room. A lightning conductor orb on the ceiling, and if you step into the room, yep, you die. The secret to getting past this lightning ball is to run around the edge and just kinda hope for the best, really. Why is that tile different? I wonder what happens if I stand on it. Oh, of course, I die. Probably my own fault. I didn't look up and see the giant hammer aiming at that exact spot. So stand on the spot, lure the hammer to swing down, dodge at the last moment, get the blocks it drops, and climb on those to get the key. Then I leave the giant hammer room and I die to the lightning. I actually hate the amount of instant deaths in this game. The Damocles door has swords hanging ominously in the air. And to be honest with you, I only remember the Sword of Damocles from that song in the Rocky Horror Picture Show. So I grab the key and I'm thinking, right, I bet when I walk under a sword it's going to fall on me, but it seems no, it's worse. They boom in on you. This is the kind of stuff no one remembers. When you think Tomb Raider, you think, well, tombs, environments, artifacts, adventure. You don't think magical possessed swords flying at your face. I miss this jump, fall to my death, get mauled by a lion and shot at by a gun dude. Like the game wasn't sure that one lethal thing would be enough. It threw all 3 at me to make sure I definitely died. When you lock on and fire your guns, they fire in sync. But if you turn, you sometimes end up aiming with only one gun. And then when you turn back and the other gun gets involved again, the shots go out of sync, and as a kid, this was the coolest thing ever. Firing guns together is lame. Firing alternate is cool. Find all 4 keys and use them on the locks down at the bottom. Annoyingly, as an explorer, trying all the keys until you find the right one. And the reason this is bad design is for a choice to matter, there has to be a consequence for failure. Here, there isn't. So the choice isn't really doing anything other than just padding out. Imagine being told to progress, you must roll a 6 on a dice. But if you don't roll a 6, you just roll again until you do. It's not gameplay, it's just time consuming. One of the best elements of Tomb Raider 1 is the sense of loneliness and isolation. This is a giant untouched temple. You are exploring it, and you do feel very alone, but it's not oppressive loneliness. It's not unhappy. It's not hopeless. It's a lingering sense of potential, of discovery. You are enough. You will succeed. You just have to figure out how. Tomb Raider 1 is fantastic at making you feel worthy of the challenge in front of you. By now, though, the designers are using even more tricks to obscure the way forward. This jump, grab, and shimmy over a pit isn't telegraphed in any way. In some cases, they use textures to actively hide the correct route. This is where the game stops feeling Lara against Hidden City and becomes player against designer. Finishing a level is not just taking Lara on the correct path, it's beating someone who wanted you to fail. Whenever you walk into a large open room, there's an immense sense of scale, and this is helped by the limited render distance of the PlayStation 1. If you could see all of this room, it wouldn't feel as foreboding, but the fact the distance trails off into black gives it a real sense of unexplored depth, of secrets waiting to be found. They've used the limitations of the hardware to actually enhance the feeling of discovery. And just as I am waxing poetical and admiring the beauty of the scenery, I find a hidden hole and land on a spike pit. Thanks, developers. Take on 3 lions at once, have to keep jumping to avoid being killed, but you can't tumble in the air, that's in Tomb Raider 2, so my auto lock-on keeps not helping me. This is the first puzzle that needs really tight timings. Opening doors and throwing switches before the previous had locked. This actually gets me into the pit I fell into earlier, and I'm much less dead. When you start climbing, you're not always sure of your route. You just hope to kind of find it as you go along. And even if it's not always the way the developers intended, you can usually use the grid system to kind of improvise your way across. In Uncharted, you always know you're going exactly the way the developers intended you to go. In Tomb Raider, you know that you're starting in the right place and finishing in the right place. But it works. Maybe they didn't mean it to work. Maybe you
Looks like chaos has been
This level has 4 corner rooms with 4 doors and switches to open them all. Activating the switch shows you a door that's open but doesn't explain where. So this level is mostly running to and from places. And when you do find the right path, a gate will close behind you, a boulder will fall down, and you'll die because you weren't expecting it. Then I do one of the worst things you can do with a puzzle game. I take a break. And when I come back, I cannot remember how the level is laid out. Tomb Raider 1
Let's have some fun.
Each level
Come on.
Because saving mid-level and returning a few hours or a few days later is the perfect way to completely forget where you were meant to be going. Finishing a level without getting all the secrets is another burden you're going to have to live with, because sometimes you'll throw a switch or trigger a boulder which will actually permanently block off a secret, and the only way to get it is to restart the entire level. The next level has us opening up doors by looking at the patterns of symbols above them and then throwing 5 switches in order in a central room to open them one at a time. See, I told you the central room with puzzles to the side would happen again. So while I'm running around, let's just talk about Lara Croft, because Tomb Raider launched the character to almost instant stardom, and she became a gaming icon and an international sex symbol. She was gracing the covers of magazines worldwide. She actually holds the record for character that has appeared on the most game magazine covers ever. Lara would also be the first virtual character to appear on the cover of British magazine The Face, showing just how much of a cultural impact Tomb Raider had on the world. Tomb Raider may have just been a game, but Lara Croft was a celebrity in her own right. Here's one of the coolest deaths in any video game ever. Eventually you will discover a hidden garden, and through a hole in the wall, the feet of a giant statue of King Midas, famous for turning anything he touched to gold. And on the floor, you'll see the statue's hand. Of course, you're going to jump on the hand, and when you do,
I don't know that. What the fuck do I even know?
Now that is an instant death I can totally agree with. It's completely the player's fault, and they kind of expected it to happen. Jump from 5 pillars to find 5 switches, and most of the middle game is just filler. You could probably half the amount of stuff you need to actually do for each individual puzzle, and you'd still be left with a great, if substantially shorter game. And now an interesting mechanic. This room has a huge player's fault, and they kind of expected it to happen. Jump from 5 pillars, you find 5 switches, and most of the middle game is just full. You could probably half the amount of stuff you need to actually do for each individual puzzle, and you'd still be left with a great, if
Time to go wild.
shorter game.
Let's go.
Let's go. This room has a huge central core.
Now watch and learn a couple things.
And when we return, we've caused a sand slide. Now we can use the sand slide to traverse this room in new ways, but that's not the interesting bit to me. In Tomb Raider 1, you can cause rooms to change, such as pillars to rise or water to fill or drain, but you never actually see it happening. You never see the sand slide. Later on, when you unleash the river, you never see it moving. You never see the water rising. You see the room, then you will trigger an event while being away from the room, then you'll come back and see the room in the new state. And I suspect this was due to the visual limitations at the time. It just wouldn't be possible to show you or have you interact with real-time environmental changes. The only time you actually do see moving scenery is the boulder and the last 2 levels when you are chased by lava. But touching these,
I'm at the end of my rope.
which makes me
What do you think,
the
Jack?
only way they could program
keep going?
real-time movement, such as the boulders or the lava, is by making the asset lethal. Because trying to program climbing onto a moving object or having objects based around a grid pattern move would be way too complex for the memory limitations of the time. The levels are slowly increasing in complexity and scale. And while this is fun the first time you see it, what it really means is when you fail a jump or a puzzle or you fall down to the floor or the water, you've got an even longer run to get. This level also has a lot more combat and most of it's in very tight spaces. At this point, combat is just a med kit. If you have enough, you will win. The overarching puzzle in this level is to find 3 lead bars scattered around and put them into 3 slots in a central room to open the final door. The lead bars are also hidden in the strangest of places. It's on this roof. Why is it on the roof? This is video game logic. There is no in-universe reason a lead bar would ever randomly end up here. And now for one of the most time-consuming puzzles so far. Jumping over these flaming pillars. There's a simple premise. A few pillars over some water. The water is filled with rats.
I barely even got going.
Now walking up to the first pillar stops the flames, but it only stops them for a very brief time. And up until this point, you've had time to plan your jumps slowly. If you do that here, you die. The only way to make this puzzle is to run full speed and jump from pillar to pillar without stopping. And if you happen to be set on fire, you have to jump into the water or you'll die. I actually lost track of how many tries this took. Because you don't always jump when you press jump. Even with the game world divided into tiles, you only jump a third of a tile. And you won't always land on a tile within a third. So often you'll press jump, but you'll run off the end of the tile before your jump starts. And finally, I'm able to grab all 3 lead bars and take them to the Midas statue. This is the only time in the game you actually have to do something like this. You have to stand by an interactive object, open your menu, and use an item from your menu manually. Everything else in the game that's interactable, like a lock or a door, will open your menu automatically when you try and interact with it, but here, you've got to do it for yourself, and nowhere teaches you or tells you to do this. If you were a kid, chances are this puzzle would stump you for quite a while. 3 gold bars made and put into place, and now we slide to the end of the level, and from a cramped prison start to a glorious open platforming room. The first moment of seeing a new level is just such a feeling of excitement mixed with trepidation. You know it's going to be difficult, but it's going to be worth it. There's also a lever above me, and I know that levers are underwater only, so I know we're going to be messing with water levels in this level. This is also the first time you're given multiple save crystals in one room. Ration them. The platforming in this level is absolutely, undeniably enjoyable, and then unfortunately, you have gunfights like this. This dude starts to show up even more frequently in this level, and hey, there's some ammo on that ledge. Maybe I can jump to it. No, I can't. No ammo, only death. But oh, when I do make the jump, it's not ammo, it's magnums, upgraded guns, fantastic. This level so far is the best platform. It's taken every platform element, switches, water, vertical changes, sightlines, cover, precise jumps, and it's blended it perfectly. And look at this cheeky little design choice. There's a spike trap hidden right behind a drop behind the door, and you can't see it unless you look down carefully. Not today, designers. Not today. Flipping this lever fills the main room with water, but again, just like the sand, you don't see this happen. There is an immense sense of wonder, seeing a level you know now full of water. New paths open up and new enemies appear. It's like the water temple from Ocarina of Time, not absolutely infuriating. Some hidden keys open the door to this ominous-looking arena, and now the first trick lever. Up until now, every lever was essential to finishing a level. This, however, is just a trap. Pulling the lever releases a load of lions from a nearby ruin. To actually finish the level, you just need to simply pull this block out and fall down a long tunnel. So now, you can't even trust it. Starting the level in the water is always nerve-wracking because you're essentially timer, find or die, and my god, I barely make it to the surface in time. And now, a really good bit of design. I climb onto this platform and trigger some dart traps, but the hitboxes on Lara and the darts are really, really good, meaning you can carefully edge around the tiles to avoid them. That is some top-notch hitbox design. Did I really make this shotgun ammo? No, I can
Damn, where does all that
angry
darkness
spike doors. Man, these things just sound annoying. You've got a split second to dodge through them before losing half your health. Seems the difficulty is somewhat ramped up. Suddenly traps are becoming a lot more, and there's a lot more med kits in it. Great sign. Here's a bad bit of coding. You have to grab this brick in the wall and shimmy across to pull yourself up. But if the door is closed, despite having room to stand, you can't pull yourself up, because the game needs that door to be open to advance. Thankfully, the hitboxes are again so good, you can just about avoid being spiked if you fall right to the very side. This is the first and only time you will see a switch on a regular wall texture, not a switch background texture. Oh, random side note, I still have the Scion item on me. It's in my inventory. I can't use it, but I have it. It's a nice little useless thematic thing. It can go and hang out with the compass. Pushing blocks takes a while because it's slow, and shooting is bad. So this puzzle about pushing blocks to let you shoot stuff is just double bad. Not today, Boulder. Not today. Oh, second Boulder. I see. This is the level where the developers really wanted you to die. By now, we're about halfway into the game. Tomb Raider 1 was exceptional value for money, but I can't help it. I did stretch the middle a little bit thin, lengthening the puzzles with a lot of walking or failures resetting you to the very start. Slide into the cavern to a new camera angle. I do like the few times the game decides to be cinematic. It's used so infrequently, it's always special. Now, the navigation gets substantially more difficult when the textures of the underwater rocks look exactly the same. Look, there's a nice horse statue guarding the temple. Let's just go into the temple and Jesus Christ, what the hell? I do not remember this bit. This is the exact moment the tone of the game shifts. No longer are you fighting wolves or bats or apes while exploring interesting, fun, whimsical tombs. You're now fighting a mutant centaur made of sinew and bone who shoots exploding flesh bombs at you from their biocannon. That was rough. Tomb Raider 1 is now a horror game. You are fighting zombies in an ancient city. Have fun. When someone says Tomb Raider, you can reply, oh, the game with the mutant zombie centaur. And while they may look at you confused, you will not be wrong. Let's go. Final encounter in this lavish room with the dude who's been following me. Finally kill him and take his key in the second bit of the sign. This triggers a cutscene of horrible imagery, nightmarish people, ancient civilizations drowning or burning, and people being imprisoned, and suddenly Lara knows she has to go to Egypt to find the third and final bit of the sign. So welcome to Egypt. Let's start the level with a new use of an old mechanic. This is the first time we have to stack multiple blocks on top of each other. Doing this leads us to a dead start. This level is the first level with completely wasted. Don't worry, flat-faced Sphinx isn't real. Sphinx can't
I almost feel sorry.
Now more mutants. Some zombies wrapped in bandages are faster, stronger, tougher, and all-round worse. Tomb Raider is just a horror game disguised as a platform. Finally, I get to climb a very small sphinx, one of the things I've wanted to do since the start. This is also the first time in the game we get these little viewing windows, gaps big enough to look through but not move through. Again, a very video game thing, because look, Lara could easily fit through there. It does, however, add a nice sense of progression. You see a later area, and then you get there and you feel you've made progress. This is combining nicely with the overall visuals of the game. The start of the game is very drab and desolate with destroyed places, and now things are looking a bit more built and cared for. I feel we're heading into the buildings of an actual society. Goddamn zombie monkeys jumping out at me and clipping me off ledges. Now in the game's defense, it hasn't actually used enemies to push me into traps yet. I'm betting this is another trick the devs realise they can use later. After the centaur, I just don't trust statues. This cat looks evil and I'm waiting for it to attack me. Hey, so you know how you can jump over traps if you're quick enough? Well, sometimes the game makes you slide backwards into them, so the only way you can even see them is by dying to them at least once and using trial and error to get past them the next time. Now, I really like this, but it is a shame it's not used more. This room is dark. We flip a switch, which opens a trapdoor in the ceiling, and now the room is filled with light, not only opening up a physical shortcut, but also changing the lighting levels. Unfortunately, this is the only time you use light as a mechanic. The game has no darkness, which must be filled, no intense light, which must be dulled, and there's no classic adventure light puzzles. Realistic light sources aren't really a thing in this game either. Everywhere is just kind of lit enough. Please, game, stop putting combat encounters in corridors. You do not have the combat or the camera systems to make this fun. What you do make work remarkably well, though, is a sense of familiarity and progression. I'm back in the previous room, but now I'm higher up. Fantastic. More switches, more sliding, and another level goes down. This, unfortunately, is where the game begins to take padding to the extreme. From now on, every level has multiple block puzzles, meaning slow, tedious block moving, and multiple dead ends, meaning a lot of backtracking. And now the underwater bits have no visual signifiers or landmarks and a lot of dead ends with them, which makes navigation very hard. And there's even more goddamn zombie monkeys than one city should realistically have. Oh look, a gaming table. You know, I'm told the ancient Egyptians used to actually play a really dangerous card game about summoning ancient gods and monsters, and the loser would be cast to the Shadow Realm. This level is a tall, vertical central room featuring a central column with 4 bridges attached to it, and each bridge gives access to a key that you needed in the previous level. So, I need to activate all the bridges, get the keys, and return to where I came from. And this entire level is absolutely fantastic. This is peak Tomb Raider 1. If I had to choose a level to perfectly capture the best this game has to offer, this is it. A recognisable central room, leading to 4 self-contained sections, but activating each section flows effortlessly into the next and gives you shortcuts back to the main room. And as you collect each relic, the camera cuts to an underwater door, closed the first 3 times you see it, but when you finally get the 4th relic, it opens. Every walk into a new section of this level is a sense of, here we go again. But these rooms aren't padded out. They are dense, defined puzzles with a definite start and end and a shortcut back. This is the best level in the game. Grab all 4 relics, swim into the now open underwater doors, zoom down the tunnel with the current, put all 4 relics into this pillar, open the doors, and deeper in we go. Now this level starts with 2 even harder zombies, and actually has the great touch of starting at the end. All I actually need to do is grab the scarab token from behind one of these doors and put it into the other. But to do that is going to take me quite a while. Welcome to the absolutely massive Sphinx level. Probably pushing the limits of what the PlayStation 1 could actually do. This room is huge. There is no way to see it all. The distance is just a deep black, and the Sphinx in the centre dominates the room. This is one of the most memorable levels. Unfortunately, we don't get to marvel at the Sphinx for long as we begin the arduous task of navigating the edge of the room to get to the Scarab token. If this were Uncharted or Mirror's Edge, there would be a red guiding line to follow. But it's Tomb Raider 1, so there's a load of similar looking square pillars that you might or might not need to jump to. If you said to the Tomb Raider 1 development team, I'm not sure where to go, they'd look at you and say that really sounds like a you problem. I make it all the way around the edge of the room to the very top, and the goddamn door is closed. So in this room there's 2 switches and 2 doors, and each one is a trek away, and if you don't do them in the right order, sorry, you are climbing all the way back. And when I do climb to the other side and find the actual switch, I'm attacked by a flying zombie. Tomb Raider 1, the game with flying mutant zombies. Not quite what you remember, is it? The zombie centaurs, despite being crushingly hard to kill, are now regular enemies, and yet I never even come close to running out of ammo for any gun. The game showers you with ammo. Killing the first centaur gets me the first of 2 anks. Don't know where these go yet, but I'm sure I'll find out. There is a health point kit on the pillar, so I leap, mistime the jump, and die. And I am fully aware of the irony in dying while trying to reach a medkit. Find the switch for the top door, climb all the way back, fight another centaur, and find another ank. Great, I now have 2 anks, and I don't know where they go. Now, I could just finish the level, but something's been bothering me. That
Time to go wild, Jed.
I know emulators can cause graphical artifacts, but honestly that just looks like an item floating in the air. So I line up a jump, and I go for it. And what the actual hell? The Uzis, the best weapon in the game, are just casually hanging out on an invisible platform high above a giant underground sphinx, and picking them up spawns flying zombies. So, hey, target practice. The game starts so grounded and ends up with you standing on an invisible platform shooting giant winged mutants. Now to climb up the Sphinx, which needs you to run and jump off this slanted surface, and this is the first time the game has required you to jump off the specific edge of a tile because it's into the Sphinx's head, open the door into the Sphinx, head inside, and fall into something which makes my stomach absolutely drop. I hate large, open expanses of water when I cannot see the bottom, because massive sea creatures terrify me. Falling into this absolutely enormous open cavern with 2 giant underwater statues and the water dropping into blackness is equal parts awe-inspiring because of the scale and stomach-churningly terrifying because of the potential of what I can't see. The only thing keeping me feeling somewhat safe is knowing that the PlayStation 1 probably couldn't render a massive sea creature. This is the true epic scale of Tomb Raider 1, swimming all the way down into the heavenly tunnel of statues, pulling a lever and being dragged with the current all the way to the top of the other, and then flying your way down to pull another switch. These set pieces and adventure moments are the lifeblood of the series. This actually loops us back round to the very start of the level where we take on 2 powered up zombies and a centaur. Then we unlock the inner burial chamber, slide down, and take the final third of the song. Cue cutscene. It seems Atla has found us and her thugs grab us and she steals the completed scion of Atlantis from us. So to avoid being shot, we leap into the river and swim away. Thankfully our motorbike is parked close by. So we ride through the desert, spot Atla's yacht sailing away, and ride at full speed to a jump, ramp the bike into the air, and then swim aboard, hiding in a storage box. The yacht then docks at Atla's private mines on an abandoned island, so we head inside to hunt her down. Now, personally, I found Natla's mines to be the worst level of the game. You don't have your guns, so we need to find them, and the novelty and adventurous spirit of an undiscovered temple is replaced with a run-of-the-mill abandoned mine. It doesn't feel like you're treading any new historical ground. You're not raiding tombs. The generator room has space on the wall for 3 fuses, so now it's the same old song and dance of 3 bits to continue, except this happens in a much more normal environment. This is less Tomb Raider and more Mine Vendetta. The roof of this small building crumbles away and this switch activates the boat, making it drift a little, so now we can use that as a platform to reach a different room, and the adventure just doesn't feel as intense here. One of the fuses is in a room with an enemy, and we have no weapons
We got company.
to run, but
Time to go to work.
Highlight a great bit of design. When you are defenseless, you are not worried about switching to gun stance, so you're focused on exploration.
See how much fire that thing can eat.
The combat is so terrible, taking it away actually makes you feel vulnerable in a good way. One enemy is out there. He's strong, he's capable, he's fast, but we can use our superior movement to win. Unfortunately, my superior movement results in me running directly into lava, so I guess I've still got a way to go. Now for a really bad bit of design. Most doors are shut, and activating a switch opens them, but sometimes, and this took me ages to discover, they'll open if you just walk up to them. I didn't go this way. I spent ages looking for everywhere else because I assumed this door was locked. Now we need to race a boulder to reach a passage, and if we're not quick enough, you have to loop back round and try again, and the boulder resets when you do. This is maybe the least realistic bit of the game. Look, I can go with the zombie centaurs and the flying mutants, because yes, they're fantastical, but they're still cocked. Now we need to race a boulder, which results in me running directly into lava, so I guess I've still got a way to go. Now for a really bad bit of design. Most doors are shut, and activating a switch.
I don't stand a chance.
This took me ages to discover. They'll open if you just walk up to them. I didn't go this way. I spent ages looking for everywhere else because I assumed this door was locked. Now we need to race a boulder to reach a passage, and if we're not quick enough, we have to loop back round and try again. And the boulder resets them. Unless you want to get
Let's find another way around.
Look, I can go with the zombie centaurs and the flying mutants, because yes, they're fantastical, but they're still consistent. When you kill them, they stay dead. There's a foundation of stability to the mechanics, even if the mechanics themselves are fantastic.
I like this flashing before my eyes.
Just a step too far, because now nothing is actually physically consistent. If the world around me can't be trusted to remain the same, then what can be? This seems like something the developers thought would be cool, racing a trap, and they were willing to throw convention and foundation out of the window to make it happen. And when you finally beat the boulder and feel good about yourself, no one expects the second boulder. God damn it, game. With 3 fuses found, I can lower the storage cabin, get my guns back, and go and kill that single enemy. And now begins the platforming through lava bit. Touching the floor is an instant death, but shimmying across molten rock rivers, that's totally fine. This part needs a lot of precision, and it's been ages since the last save point, so one more move and I am gone. Also, I have to say this, every fibre of my gaming being is upset that shooting the big box marked TNT doesn't make it explode. I feel like I've been lied to for my entire gaming life. Ah, pressing the switch makes it explode, I see. You know, when the graphical processing power catches up, I expect Tomb Raider to let me shoot a TNT box and make it explode. And now a boss fight. Who could it be? Is it a giant demon? A battle-hardened mercenary? No. It's a kid on a skateboard wearing cargo shorts wielding dual Uzis. And the entire arena is just ramps for him to skate up and down. And when you shoot at him, he says, "You shooting at me? Are you shooting at me?" Which is a parody line from the film Taxi Driver. Who thought this was an appropriate boss? Who designed this? Kill the boss, and this looks like a boulder trap. 3 lanes coming toward me. Yep, I was right to dodge one boulder, and I even dodged the second boulder. I am a boulder dodging master. And then, god damn it game, no one expects the third boulder. And now the worst platforming bit so far. A very tight 3D sandstone maze. Every wall the same texture, super easy to get turned around in, and there's blocks you need to push or pull to unlock or block paths as you go, and it's all closed in so the camera doesn't know what to do. And there's a pressure pad at the end which keeps closing the door, meaning you need to loop back on yourself to make progress. Look game, I can see what you were trying to do with this level, but you do not have the camera control to make this section work. Finally, another boss arena. Such a grand arena, such
time for a
potential, and yet this is what it always devolves
Let's
to.
go.
This'll be a breeze.
What the developers probably envisioned was the player running around, dodging, rolling, grabbing ammunition, reloading, but you don't actually need to do any of that, so there's no incentive to do it. Seriously, jumping up the giant gold inner pyramid to find the key to unlock it was more fun than killing the boss, and with this inner pyramid you can dive into whatever
got a ways to go.
in our minds. A short
Hello?
cutscene shows
Hello?
that
Can you
players
hear me?
completed
No, I didn't think so.
onto a magical plinth, and the final part of the game begins. It seems that inside of the hidden pyramid is a giant fleshy room full of giant eggs.
I barely even got going.
Which burst into mutant zombies when we get close. You know, when you think of Tomb Raider, you don't tend to think of shooting your way through a multi-floor pulsating alien gestation chamber, and yet that is exactly what the final part of the game is. This part of the game has you fighting with zombies and the You do not have the camera control to make this section work. Finally, another boss arena. Such a grand arena, such potential. This is
over there.
Always evolves to.
I don't stand a chance.
What the developers probably envisioned was the player running around, dodging, rolling, grabbing ammunition, reloading, but you don't actually need to do any of that, so there's no incentive to do it. Seriously, jumping up the giant gold inner pyramid to find the key to unlock it was more fun than killing the boss, and with this inner pyramid finally unlocked, we can dive into whatever Atla has discovered in her mines. A short cutscene shows Atla placing the completed Scion artifact onto a magical plinth, and the final part of the game begins. It seems that inside of the hidden pyramid is a giant fleshy womb, full of giant eggs being fed by tubes which burst into mutant zombies when we get close. You know, when you think of Tomb Raider, you don't tend to think of shooting your way through a multi-floor pulsating alien gestation chamber, and yet that is exactly what the final part of the game is. This part of the game has you fighting with zombies and the camera in equal measure. Both of them seem to want you to fail. We have everything thrown at us here. Enemies knock you off ledges into lava, underwater switches lead to timed jumping puzzles, needing strange takeoff and landing angles, but honestly, this whole place feels like a crazy nightmare DLC. This does not feel connected to the game I was playing an hour ago. The atmosphere is so stunningly different. Another room of 4 switches, opening 4 doors, leading to the spawning of 4 enemies, and then a
With
corridor
plenty of places
of
to hide.
sinew and
Stay
flesh
alert.
pulsing. Everyone remembers the T-Rex. No one remembers this. Oh good, another magically looped resetting boulder trap. Some developers
We got company.
Time to go to work.
So running back through this series of one-way doors resets it. You know, this is the hardest part of the game, but I have the least to say, because it's not hard in any novel way. It's just a collection of all the tricks they've used before, cranked up to 11. You've
It's
got
spinning
precision
darkness.
jumps,
I don't want to look at it anymore.
Spike traps, boulders, crumbling floors, swinging blades. This is basically a greatest hits of insta-death mechanics. And then they take the vertical design to its absolute limit. This room is massive, and you are so high up you cannot even see the bottom few floors. This is also the only time we see the environment move while we are in it. Admire the lava graphics. I'm gonna be honest, it's not great, but it's probably the best they could manage at the time. And now I completely understand why they didn't want you to see anything move. Because if you did, it would look terrible. Darts leading to a slam door, leading to a boulder. How is this fair? There is no way you'd know how to survive this unless you were safe. This room here has a switch.
I could do this all day.
Show off.
I could do that.
Exactly what they were doing when they built this level. They were killing the player. That's what they were doing. And now one of the coolest encounters. This room has 2 powerful zombies and 1 really strange zombie. I shoot at it, and as I do,
This looks good.
I stop
Can I use
shooting
it?
and I look, and it's me. This is one of the weirdest puzzles. You need to kill your zombie doppelganger, and they mirror your movements. The room is also a giant reflection of itself. If you look, you'll see the ledge that you fell in from has a duplicate on the other side. So we need to find a way to make our doppelganger run into something dangerous on one side that's not there on the other. This also is as close as you're going to get to the naked Lara code. So to kill the doppelganger, open the lava pit trapdoor on one side, then walk to its mirror location and the zombie will fall in. This gets us to the inner sanctum, and I make a major mistake. There are 2 switches, very tight timers on the opposite ends of the room. You have to open the doors, lower the bridge, and then run. And here, I mess up. I run across the bridge, and then I stop and wait on the bridge. But I've been writing, so the timer has been running down. And then in my haste, I've used the emulator's save state feature, and I have saved exactly when the bridge has just
Now we've got an easy way back.
meaning
This'll
I've
make things easier.
soft-locked myself into a death loop. I've not been using the in-game save crystals because I've been using the emulator's save states. God damn it. You know what? I guess this serves me right. This means I am forced to endure what millions of gamers in the 90s were forced to endure. I have to get all the way back here, and I saved hours ago. It is my own fault, I accept the consequences, and I get all the way back. And then I run into another problem. Annoyingly, when I reach the doppelganger fight for the second time, it has somehow glitched and fallen into the floor. But it's also not dead, so I can't advance, and shooting it kills me. So I need to reload again and get back here again if it works properly. And finally, after a few wasted hours, I actually make it inside
Wasn't much
the
of a
last
fight.
room. I
Keep
grab
it up,
the scion
everyone.
from the plinth, and we get the full lot. Natla was one of the 3 leaders of Atlantis. She saw the other 2 as weak, so she involving human army in a giant gestation temple, and then attempted to invade the world. She actually caused the catastrophes we saw in the flashback. The other 2 leaders then used their power to lock her away in a cryo chamber, and the explosion at the start of the game unearthed. She then spent years building up a mining empire just to excavate the original Atlantean tomb again, and hired Lara to find the 3 pieces of the scion so she could reactivate her mutant making machine. Her and Lara talk. Lara goes to shoot the scion to stop its mutating powers, and Natla leaps in the way and plummets down to her doom, and we are knocked to the final platform for the pinnacle of Atlantean mutation. We fight a giant mutated torso. And when this fight begins, I leap dramatically to the side and discover the platform has an edge. The actual fight itself is quite disappointing. All you need to do is circle strafe while firing the Uzi for about 500 bullets. I've got thousands of bullets, so this isn't difficult, it's just time consuming. And thankfully, this isn't the end. There's one final part of the game left, a no-holds-barred platforming gauntlet of death. Here is where your skills get put to the test. Zigzag jumps over lava. Boulders coming out of nowhere, most of which will kill me. Eventually, we get back to the pedestal, we shoot the scion, and we run. The lava of the inner sanctum bridge has hardened, so we drop down a hole in the floor and shimmy along this flesh wall. And why are there darts here? What would they be shooting at? What are they protecting? This makes no sense. You've just put darts here to annoy the player, and you can't time your shimmy to avoid, so you have to tank the damage. And when you finally get to the end, you drop down, you are sliding backwards into the insta-death lava. The only way to survive this is to have already died to it once and know that it's coming. Oh, you are having a laugh game. Sliding surfaces, crumbling floors, lava, swinging blades, and I need to time it correctly? Oh, come on. Oh, and spike pits. That's basically every trap. All you're missing are the boulders. Oh, good, I spoke too soon. There they are. They even leave a med kit on the floor to trick you. If you stop to pick this up, you die, because there's a boulder right behind you. I completely lose track of how many times I die on this section. There's even a bit you need to run toward a boulder and drop into a pit so it passes over you. Look at this.
Okay, so this German guy might help me get all the secrets in chess. After this one, I'm gonna go run downstairs to make a sandwich. I'm fucking hungry.
The final room, an open cavern with rising basalt pillars, and we fight a winged mutant Natla. She fires exploding balls of flesh at us, either in a machine gun spread or a spread of 3. And when we finally kill her, she gets up for round 2. So we pump her full of lead to put her down for good. We climb the edges of the room, leap from pillar to pillar, scramble to the top of the pyramid, and slide down the grand exit and watch the final cutscene. The temple explodes, Lara hijacks Natla's boat and rides off into the sunset. The credits then show us Lara wearing normal clothes. So finally, after 10 hours of fun puzzle solving and adventure,
I got it.
3 hours
Kill the
of
fiends
tedious
and these growths get
repetition,
weaker.
So many deaths, I stopped counting. Tomb Raider 1 is finished. Was it any good? Tomb Raider 1 is a collection of excellent platforming mechanics focused on slow and methodical precision jumping and climbing. The grid system means you are always aware of distance, and most platforming deaths are your fault.
Whenever I
The
walk
levels
right
are
here,
visually
I always
impressive
tries to
and
tell
lead
me
nicely
something.
back
I'll
to
look
densely
around.
packed
But Chaos saves the
However,
biggest tower
it
for
is let
himself.
down by the
Still got a ways to go.
Yeah, stay alert. Stay focused.
We're getting nowhere. We gotta smash the sword.
I'd say there's a solid 10 hours of adventure stretched into 15 hours of gameplay. There's a lot of backtracking and repetition if you fail. The insta-kill traps are cheap and they make the second half of the game mostly trial and error. It starts full of whimsy and wonder and quickly becomes brutally unforgiving and tedious because the plot is the light-hearted adventure romp in sandy places and exploring caves, creatures and immortal super beings bent on world domination. It did the best it could with what it had, and it mostly succeeded. The platforming is fine, but the combat needs improvement. I think
Finally a break. This will take us straight to the tower.
The processing power of the time, but they had a solid foundation to build on and a main character the world admired. The stage was definitely set for Tomb Raider 2. So to end the review, I will
More of
award
those cubes.
Tomb Raider 1
Let's have a look.
out of 10. Cheers for watching. Thank you again to the supporters on Patreon and Twitch who allow me to make longer form videos like these. You can support the channel from only £1 a month. Check the video description for links to the Patreon, Twitch, Twitter, or Discord. And as always, remember, despite what the playground rumors had you believe, there is no naked lie.
Enemy spotted.
Jack, let's go.
Sparkle mango mixes. Strong citrus lemon. A tropical snack. What do you think, Joanne? What am I going to call you mom?
Frazzle, the greatest slush on Earth. Click here to find the nearest Frazzle.
The fuck is Frazzle? I love Legacy again. Was it good though?
New layout. Even if someone tells you, oh, the room you need to go in is north, you might not get there. You might not get there by simply going north. You don't actually need to go
Easy as
incentive.
Next.
Sanctum Bridge is hardened, so we drop down a hole in the floor and shimmy along this flesh wall. And why are there darts here? What would... Here is where your skills get put to the test. Zigzag jumps over lines. Boom, and we are knocked to the final platform for the pinnacle. You know how to survive this unless you were psychic. Look, this throne room has a switch which drops you while we are in it. Admire the lava graphics. Gonna be honest, it's not great, but it's probably the best they could manage at the time. And now I completely understand why they didn't want you to see anything move. It's because if you did, it would look terrible. Darts leading to a sand door, leading to a boulder. How is this fair? There is no way you know how to survive this unless you know. Look, this throne room has a switch which drops you backwards into a pit which slides you into a welcome trap. They
Come
knew
on,
exactly
follow me.
what they were doing. They were killing the flag. That's what they were doing. And now one of the coolest encounters. This room has two powerful zombies and one really strange zombie. I shoot at it, and as I do, stop shooting me. And it's me. This is one of the weirdest puzzles. You need to kill a zombie.
The darkness is so thick I can taste it. This is it, no doubt.
Near a location and the zombie will fall in. This gets us to the inner sanctum, and I make a major mistake. There are two switches and very tight timers on the opposite ends of the room. You have to open the doors, lower the bridge, and then run. And here, I mess up. I run across the bridge, and then I stop and wait on the bridge. But I've been writing, so the timer has been running down. And then in my haste, I've used the emulator's save state feature. And I have saved exactly when the bridge has just...
Chaos.
I have soft-locked myself into a death.
I am to become. And who are you?
We're here to kill chaos.
The prophecy's very own warriors of light.
This means I am
Chaos.
to endure what millions of gamers in the 90s were forced to endure. I have to get all the way back here.
He always wore such splendid armor, with a helmet that was terrifying to behold.
It's Garland.
No. I to become chaos.
After a few wasted hours, he made something grab the sign from the pit,
Someone tells me he doesn't like you. Oh.
she saw the other two, so she used her share of power to create a huge mutant, rapidly evolving human army in a giant gestation temple, and then attempted to invade the world. She actually caused the catastrophes we saw in the flashback. The other two leaders.
We're in for it now.
Oh, we can do this! Cryo chamber, and the explosion at the start of the game unearthed her. She then spent years building up a mind.
Am I supposed to kill it? Okay,
Just to
cool.
excavate the region.
Go for it, Jack!
Crush you! So she could reactivate.
No, when you're beaten.
Lara goes to shoot.
You see that? A face.
There's a person under there? Wait.
So this is what darkness does to humans. Keep it alive.
Damn, you already did it, dude. You're fucking incredible.
Now we're talking.
This isn't it. There's one final part of the game. A no-holds-barred platforming gauntlet of death. Here is where your skills get put to the test. Zigzag jumps around, boulders coming out of nowhere, most of which will kill you. Eventually, we get back to the pedestal.
Time for the reveal.
And we run. The lava of the inner circle. And why are guards here? What would they be shooting at? What are they protecting? Just guards here to avoid the player.
Wait.
Time your shimmy to
My
avoid,
crystal.
so you have
It's her.
damage. And when you
Yeah, just like before.
you are sliding backwards into the instant.
Mine's going crazy.
The only way to survive this is to have already died to it once and know that it's coming. Oh, you are having a laugh game. Sliding surfaces,
I'm Neon.
crumbling floors, lava, swinging blades, and I need to time it correctly. Come on. Oh,
And
that's
not
like-
chaos.
that's
Guess I was right.
basically every trap. Oh,
Huh. Feels like there's a story behind that.
My allies and I set out to rid the land of chaos. But the journey took its toll. One by one, we fell, until only I remained. It was then that I finally realized the truth. Chaos isn't a man, or a monster. Chaos is just a fairy tale. The darkness, the beasts, this despair that eats away at people's hearts. It's easy to blame a single thing for all of that. It gives people hope to think the world can be saved with a single heroic deed, even if it's never that simple. So I decided to become a sacrifice. I offered myself to the darkness and prayed to become chaos, hoping some band of heroes would defeat me, and thus bring an end to this empty dream.
Bullshit.
When it really plays music, bro. That's funny. Anyway, so show this bitch up, man.
He's out there. I can feel him. I just have to keep looking. I'll find him.
I'm coming too. When darkness veils the world, 4 warriors of light shall come. And I only count 3 of you.
We don't need someone whose heart's not in it.
Then show me chaos. Do that, and I might even start to respect you.
Deal.
We better get back to the castle. Wouldn't want to disappoint our patrons.
Jack, you've returned. The king is waiting for you. Please report to him.
Job well.
Hey, that was faster than I expected.
Well, thanks to
Welcome back! And you're going to...
It looks like the time... It looks like...
Oh, I hope you...
September 2000, a month before the PlayStation 2's North American launch, Sega posted another massive financial loss instead of their previously projected profit. And with sales continuing to struggle despite effectively selling the Dreamcast for less than the price of a Dreamcast game by way of rebates and other programs, Sega of America's executives took a trip to Japan to explain to the development teams in no uncertain terms that it was over, that the Dreamcast was dead.
Wow. So this is what the city's like. I'd forgotten.
Looks like you're as forgetful as the rest of us.
Am I? I guess so.
We're forgetting things all the time.
I guess it's the price we have to pay for this strength.
Attachments to this world will just make it harder to...
On January 23rd, 2001, Sonic
Your duty. It's a mercy to forget.
A mercy, huh? Whose mercy? Someone or something must have decided to make it this way. Who was it?
Beats me. I forgot.
Reports began surfacing that Sega was indeed about to abandon that online feature and leave the console market. Sega's stock jumped up 6%.
Hey, Neon. When did you first come here?
Huh. 10 years ago? Although it seems just like yesterday.
Just 6 weeks later, company chairman Isao Okawa, the biggest proponent of both that online feature and leaving the console game years prior, passed away. Before his death, Okawa outright saved Sega from surefire bankruptcy by forgiving several $100 million that he had loaned to the company in recent years to fund the console that he did not want them to make to give that console the best chance at success.
And, that about covers it.
So the throne was empty. Or perhaps you lost heart and fled the shrine.
You there. Neon, was it? Do you also bear a crystal?
I've seen it before.
Very good. 4 warriors, 4 crystals.
Still black as pitch, though.
Warriors of light are before us at last. As is your right, I will reveal the prophecy of Lucan in its entirety.
There's more.
When darkness veils the world, 4 warriors of light shall come. If they cannot gather the shards of light, the darkness will consume all. This land is home to 4 crystals: fire, wind, water, and earth. The darkness corrupting them causes fires to rage, winds to die, seas to languish, and earth to decay. The people are lost, and scarce little light remains in their hearts.
Right. So you want us to do something about the darkness clouding the crystals?
Indeed. Will you accept?
What about chaos?
Rekindle the light of the crystals, and you shall win the right to claim you've slain chaos. Will that not sate your pride?
What are you saying? That chaos doesn't exist?
Chaos is only a tale, passed down from our forebears to give the people hope. Hope that by slaying the beast in his lair, peace will be restored. You will not find him.
Even then, though, in its first 3 months as a multi-platform developer, Sega still dropped over 40 titles on the PS2.
However, the seeds of a new hope have been planted here. Now, a hope we can see Yes. A hope we can believe in.
The problem was, Sega still had a Dreamcast
Jack,
mentality in a very
Ash,
post-Dreamcast era.
Jed,
See, in late
Neon,
2001, a game released
deliver this world from the clutches of darkness.
players expected out of this powerful new console generation, and that game was
Well then, if you'll come with me.
cannot be overstated how big of a game GTA was historically, and a lot of Sega's often more arcade titles paled in comparison in the eyes of both the general consumer and indeed the press. Sega of America very well noticed this shift. Sega of Japan, however, was still
Your first destination should be Provoca, which can be reached after crossing into the northern continent.
subsidiary companies. The same
Son,
things that had stormed
the
out
town's mayor, should have information on the crystal's whereabouts.
Dreamcast was indeed failing even in the US. The last
Provoca is a city under the auspices of the king. They search.
generally reported directly to one man who oversaw most, if not
Go
all, of
forth.
Sega's game development. Let's talk about
Go.
Be safe, everyone. Go with the crystal's blessing.
Thanks. By the way, Princess, we didn't see anyone who matched your description of Garland at the Chaos Shrine.
The single greatest influence on Mr. Needlemouse's evolution throughout the decades. He's also,
But that means we might find your knight somewhere else.
and that's not me editorializing.
Sorry, that's all we have.
Upon years of interviews reveals a portrait of a
I do
man
hope
that
he's out
was
there somewhere.
genuinely miserable with his job, even
I don't
years
mean to
prior
pry,
his
but
departure. Naka
what was your
frequently went on
relationship
side
with
missions
Garland?
to trash some of his former co-developers for seemingly no reason at all. He undercut or directly contradicted answers provided by
Oh,
other staff
I
members
get
that
it.
were doing the exact same press circuits. He complained about his job being too much work or work that he didn't want to do, while also having a known
Please,
penchant
come
for
back for me.
taking the credit and glory from those other developers. He lamented that his
Go
job
with
didn't
the
let him
crystal's
get hands-on
blessing.
with games anymore, again, sometimes while still seemingly taking
Go
credit
with
away
the
from
crystal's
others.
blessing.
And he talked about buying expensive cars more than once. Like, out of nowhere, he would just talk about the cars that he's bought, like a Ferrari and whatnot. And it's kind of endearing that he just suddenly talks about his hobbies. But this is an interview about Sonic Heroes. I don't know, that last one's just really funny and weird to me. Either way, at the same time, it does feel very much like Naka was a man burdened with the weight of an entire company.
Hey there,
Trapped
Jack.
and unable to
You
leave,
just got
for
back from the
his
shrine,
mind,
right?
the whole
The minister
house of
paid your
cards
room
would
for the night.
certainly tumble
So why
without
not get
his
some
leadership.
rest?
Hmm.
I was hoping you'd say that.
That leadership may have been precisely the problem, though. See, this mentality that he alone was keeping the company afloat was coming from a man who had at least a hand in ensuring the Sega Saturn's failure by refusing to allow the team developing the system's planned 3D Sonic game to use the engine that he'd helped
And
develop
so,
for Knights.
their journey
Incidentally,
begins.
that former coworker that Naka really likes trashing constantly, he was working on that project
And
at the
so,
exact time that Naka
their
said
quest
no. Weird how
began.
that works. It was also coming from a man who, not long after this, planned to fire off an entire team working on the Dreamcast launch title Geist Force because he liked the game's 3D innovations and he wanted to gut the company, take their technology, and use it for Sonic instead. He won't help you, but he'll make you help him. That team quit because Naka didn't realize that they spoke Japanese and the game was canceled without any of its engineers able to work on the game anymore because they quit. This is the same man who years after the fact insisted that Sega actually shouldn't have left the hardware business, even in the same breath admitting that they would have 100% gone bankrupt if they had stayed the course. He was fine with Sega going bankrupt because he wanted to work on hardware. And maybe this one is punching down, you be the judge, but this is the same man seemingly responsible for the decision to make a three-dimensional one-button platformer in the 2020s.
Hey, Neon, you ever heard of a knight named Garland?
Garland? I don't think so.
We thought you were him back there. Your helmet and armor fit the bill.
All I remember is my wish to become Chaos. After that, everything was blank.
I'm happy you returned.
Was he Welcome back! You're Hey!
My moderate to severe plaque psoriasis, the tightness, stinging, the pain.
Emerge triumphant with 20s. If it was all just poor decision making, that would be one thing. But according to a 2007 blog post by an at the time Sega of Europe staffer, it was Naka's quote, massive ego that kept a dedicated separate studio publicly known as Sonic Team, all while corporate restructures consolidated most of the rest of Sega. In other words, Sonic's developers were
And so their quest began. As the four warriors of light, they felt overwhelmed by the great task destiny had placed before them. They did not even know the true significance of the four crystals they held in their hands. The crystals that once, long ago, held a light that shone so brilliantly. The time for their journey had come. The time to cast off the veil of darkness and bring the world once more into light.
And if not for corroboration by Peter Moore, former Sega of America COO. Moore has many times over documented his chaotic tenure at Sega, including taking over Sega of America as a very ill-prepared worker mere months after being hired just to produce the Dreamcast marketing campaign, and later being the very person that had to set up the fateful Dreamcast is Dead meeting, the one that people walked out of. And also, he's the one who set up the many warning meetings before that in which Sega of Japan just plugged its ears or something to the Dreamcast not performing well, I guess. According to Moore, Yuji Naka was, quote, a tad conceited and by and large resistant to the industry's shifting winds, determined to just keep doing what Sega had been doing for decades. Considering he would have rather had the company burned down than stop making hardware, yeah, that checks out. In Moore's own words,
What's up with them?
It was dominated by the developers to the extent where Sega as a company couldn't move if Nakagawa-san, Yu Suzuki, Iguchi weren't into it.
So, in late 2002, Moore filmed a focus group meeting in which he asked
You're from the castle, aren't you?
If a video
That's
game
for my
publisher was
dad!
a relative or a friend, who would they be?
The focus group's responses were pretty telling. Rockstar was the
What happened to him?
uncle. EA was a
He
jock.
commanded him to set sail for the
Sega?
crystals.
Yeah, that's your granddad.
And he never came back!
You're blaming the wrong people, kid. The king might have given your father the orders, but it was chaos that did the deed.
Yeah, but...
Hey, we're here to make sure that never happens again. For all the kids like you who have lost someone.
I said to the
For all
translator,
of Cornelia.
Say something, Jack.
There's no expression in Japanese. I said, I know there is, and that was it. That was
He's
the
dead
last
too.
time I ever set foot in there.
Captain Bickey looks after us now.
Captain.
Totally clapped afterwards either. Moore has told this story several times
Yeah,
over the years.
he lives in
and
that
has been
cave.
Remarkably consistent in his retelling. In January 2003, just a month after that meeting, Moore received a job offer from Microsoft, wherein he'd helped develop the Xbox's brand identity leading into the Xbox 360. Moore resigned from Sega within the week, effectively leaving Sega of America rudderless once again and ensuring that Naka's grip on Sonic Team continued its isolation from both the industry and Sega itself. Of course, throughout much of this tumultuous 2002, the different
Yeah, that's what I've
sub-branches of
been
Sonic
looking
Team
for. I'm
kept their
gonna
heads
cook
down
the
and
side
just
missions
done
up.
trucked ahead. In Japan, production began on Billy Hatcher and the Giant Egg, and Sonic Team USA was tasked with following up Adventure 2. However, there were concerns about creating a third adventure title, as it risked the series niching down even further and beginning to perhaps only appeal to the most core of Sonic fans, or more specifically, the most core of adventure fans, leaving both newcomers and classic 2D fans behind. That's not to mention the fact that Sega was now producing games for all three consoles with millions of brand new potential customers that never had it played either eventually. Although all of Sonic Team USA's now 19-person staff had been involved in some way in making the Adventure series, producing a third one would mean needing to port the first two to Xbox and PS2, with power that simply wasn't there given the layoffs and departures. Hell, Sonic Adventures game released the role nearly developed by the time Sonic Heroes started in spring of '02, and Sega's staffing cuts meant that this so-called director's cut of Adventure was not, in fact, directed by Sonic Adventure's actual director. He would be too busy losing 20 pounds crunching out Sonic Heroes, all while Sega underwent another corporate shakeup.
What time is it?
It's late.
Decade.
It's like 9 something.
Plan had led to a faster turnaround than even Sega itself had
Baby.
projected. It'd be strange then to continue changing the
Oh, for you.
given that fact. In case it wasn't clear yet, Sega was not a normal company. See, out of a fear that the reform plan might not cover the company with regard to upcoming debts, Sega had started seeking a possible merger with two other companies, Namco and a company perhaps best known for developing
3 o'clock in the morning.
named Sammy.
Okay.
Rumors
Scare me.
continued swirling at the time about a possible Microsoft buyout, and even
Yeah, I thought you had to be to work or something. I'm like, what do you mean? What time is it?
the real wars here were between Namco and Sammy, and between Sega and getting out of its own way. In February 2003, Sega formally announced its
Scoot up some. That's what I was trying to do so you can get your feet on the
plans
bed.
to break off that marriage in May, allegedly due to a disagreement without the board's management. Sega's executives wanted trains to the company, even though they would only make up about 20% of the Sega company. To which
What the
I can
fuck?
only assume Sammy's board members stared blankly back and said,
You want it on your head like that?
the last few years? Namco also rescinded its merger offer only a few hours after this because, yes, even though Sega had already publicly announced plans to merge with another publicly traded company, they were still having backdoor talks about merging with Namco anyway. Now, I'm not a lawyer or anything, especially when it comes to Japanese finance law or business or anything like that, obviously, so maybe it's just my dumb, stupid layman brain here. That sounds illegal as but putting that aside, Namco rescinded that offer because Sega refused to give them an actual response.
Alright, guys, sorry.
As a result of this
Just trying to
very
give my
public
baby some
fiasco,
love
Sega's
and
president
attention.
and COO each stepped down, with the new president announcing plans to further consolidate not just the corporate
What?
teams, but the development teams as well, meaning another few hundred developers were about to lose their jobs. This move wouldn't immediately affect Sonic Team, allegedly thanks to Yuji Naka's pull within the company and insistence that Sonic Team keep its name and relative autonomy. But it's likely this move is what would later lead to Sonic Team USA getting renamed anyway, and then eventually pulled back to Japan. For the time being, though, the team in San Francisco just kept trudging along. All while these merger talks were floating privately and then very publicly in a very dirty laundry kind of fashion, Sonic Team USA sought to reach those millions of potential newcoming players by developing a game simultaneously across all 3 consoles and even on PC. A fresh entry point to the series for the kids too young to have had a Sega system or the PC port of Sonic 3 that one of you is going to mention in the comments right now. This meant developing a game that could run equally well across the different hardware architectures, which in turn meant developing what Iizuka described as an all-new game engine. For the very first time, Sonic Team USA began utilizing third-party development tools such as the Renderware engine to help bear some of that weight. They attempted to build around the lowest common denominator, the weakest of the consoles, that being the PS2, in order to avoid arduously spending time optimizing for each platform one by one. This PS2 version, as many Sonic fans know, is far and away the worst version performance-wise, even despite the game from day one catering to the console's memory limitations. Naturally, this worst version performed the best in terms of sales, with 17% of Sonic Heroes' official worldwide sales coming from British PS2 owners alone, not even counting North America, Japan, or elsewhere. As the first truly multi-platform Sonic game, Heroes is one of the best-selling across the entire franchise. So if you ever wondered why there's this Sonic stigma, at least a sizable amount of that comes from a few million people's first Sonic game being the ugliest and buggiest version of an already sometimes buggy. Despite Sonic Team focus on its right through you to touch the hearts of both classic fans with references to the generations and adventures. This was also to avoid a situation like kept wondering where Tails was.
Out of my sight!
For Heroes, everyone's here. Metal Sonic? Got him. The
Time's up!
Ever seen on the failed Sega 32X? Yep. My dad? He's throwing it back. You get him. You get him, Pops. What did not return, however, were the robots when they were destroyed. Something both the Genesis games and Monster Suck.
Got you now!
Sonic Adventure wouldn't be confused into thinking that there was a Chow Garden.
No way! Got you now! Out of my sight!
Flickies and all,
Your time's up! No!
from the Mega Drive. It's also kind of when you put Chow in this game, like there's an inherent trait that was created specifically
No way!
that has her own Chow. There are a few missions that ask you to collect Chow. It's a little simple, but with Garden's popularity, it's pretty fair. Bazooka sometimes speaking of, Bazooka left pretty open for the future with regards to Sonic Adventure. Anyway,
The Sonic Adventure series has not ended, so theoretically the Chow Garden could return sometime. Heroes is its own new franchise.
earlier interview too, saying,
Damn it!
so many characters settled on a speed-based approach. Each team of 3 speed-based characters, a flying character, and a powerhouse. Each of them have their own different classes and players to swap between at any time.
No way!
Although Heroes originally aimed for
This is star!
they scaled back to 4 games. Team Sonic was Sonic Team. And the last one there's Keen Dark. And replacing Shadow, who's supposed to never come back, is
Ready?
Shadow. Was meant to be, like Ganon before him, an actual death, the final time we'd see the character. However, according to Azuka in a 2011 panel, as you know in the story, Shadow was only meant to appear in that single title, but because of the reaction of the fans, he decided to bring him back in Sonic Heroes, and eventually we saw him in his own title. And frankly, that's a good call. His popularity, even to this day, is incredible, even if the way Shadow was written back into things is not. Anyway, whatever the reason for his return, Shadow's team comprises the hard mode, with Team Sonic being the standard difficulty, Team Chaotix making up a bunch of pretty out-there challenges rather than the usual get-to-the-end objectives, and Team Rose is meant to be the easy mode. What's interesting is that perhaps due to some sort of oversight during development, nowhere in the game is that actually stated. Like, the manuals imply that the shorter Team Rose stages are suitable for younger players, and Azuka and Naka really hammered home in almost every Sonic Heroes interview that Team Rose is designed for beginners, but I really like the idea of most kids that never read any of those interviews just playing these campaigns in order, getting to the third story right after finishing the hard one, and being forced to play the tutorial. Yeah, the Outward early campaign, for one, is straight up the actual tutorial, and it's unskippable, because I guess girls just don't.
I'll crush you!
That's kind of fucked up.
It's over! You're gone! Burn! Struggle! Floating away! Incoming! Trust you! Ready? Incoming! Trust you! Okay. It's my turn! Up in flames! Raging winds! Incoming! Ha! You're gone!
It's even better then. Design colors and simply being so simple. I mean, it still runs into significant issues with game feel and slippery controls, particularly in the throwback special stages, and even the bosses in Team Rose failed at what Azuka suggested.
Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. Oh, wait, that's me, huh?
Because he didn't want the game to lose the momentum built in the normal stages. In many action games, you're moving quickly through the regular stages, but the momentum completely stops at the boss. Here, we keep the momentum on the move while you fight the boss.
But thanks to being built for winky baby gamers, Team Rose's levels are far shorter than any other campaign, where they start to feel like bloated, repetitive marathons, where set pieces often feel like they're almost cut and pasted multiple times per stage. It also helps that these simpler level designs naturally lead to Team Rose sporting far fewer of the game's infamous overuse of grind rails and bottomless pits. Either way, love it or hate it, Sonic Heroes has some really glaring level design issues, but if I get into them, I'd be getting into analysis, and like I said before, I don't have much nice to say, so I'd rather not say too much at all. I learned my lesson from SA2. Instead, I'll say that Heroes has an absurdly good reason for said issues.
The level design for Sonic Heroes was made by two people, me and one other person. As we got to the later stages of development, this other person got pretty sick and didn't show up to work. So level design was made by one person. So for those very last stages of the game, I was constantly working. I lost about 22 pounds because I was just cranking away, and it was just work, work, work. I didn't sleep because I had to finish the game on my own, almost dying.
When Sonic Heroes was first revealed at E3 in May 2003, after a year of production and with only about 6 months to go before discs had to be printed, Eurogamer, as as well as other organizations at the expo, were informed by Sega representatives that the game was about 20% complete. It's unclear exactly what Heroes' other level design did, but it seems like the director was rolling solo on level design duties for well over half of the final product stages in a game with 4 campaigns, each containing 14 levels that are often significantly different from the other 3 campaigns. Why didn't Sonic Team's lead and this game's producer, Yuji Naka, the man who's already being tapped to have a direct hand in the development of the Sega game, or for that matter, anybody at the company, attempt sending any cavalry to help support the mascot's must-win multi-platform game? Well, remember, plans were already being set in motion to lay another 10 to 20% of the company's workforce. Suck it up, I guess. There's almost a point in this game where you can tell that Heroes was doing all of the level design work on his own. Heroes is simply a game that maybe a bit overzealous in scope, but also a game stricken really bad. That doesn't excuse the issues that Heroes has, not just for myself, but for many, many other players. But it certainly explains them, and it makes me appreciate the game a bit more in a sort of how the hell did they pull this off at all kind of way. So it's perhaps
no escape.
At least not on time. By the time Heroes was revealed, Sega was already pushing for an early 2004 release, but it's very likely that the game is crunching even with a soft delay.
Lights out!
I imagine that Sega is skip the lucrative holiday sale.
In my sight!
Not even a week into 2004, especially when you
bullseye!
Stone in Sega's quote-unquote real Sonic before 2003 alongside Sonic.
No escape!
For some sort of merger throughout 2003 leading to 2004, it's likely that Sonic Heroes just couldn't be delayed any further without severely damaging the company's fiscal reports and thus pausing merger discussions. But who knows? Merger fiasco, Sega clearly had a thing about being the prettiest girl in the room at the time. By the way, they lost to NFL Street. Although Iizuka had expressed interest in turning the Heroes team-up concept into a series all its own, the game's middling response very quickly killed that idea. Once production on Heroes wrapped up, Sonic Team USA cashed in a well-earned break so that Iizuka could hopefully, eat. And, of course, catch up on some games that he missed during crunch time.
This year has been hellish for me. Normally, I find the time to check out the big titles, but this year I had no time. Now that Sonic Heroes is done, I want to check out some of the really good American-developed games like Jak 2 and Ratchet & Clank Going Commando.
Jak 2. Oh, dear God. As a young guy trying to achieve the success that you have already achieved, they're fucking young. Well, stop fucking with everybody. As if the prior few years didn't sound tumultuous enough, 2004 brought another major shakeup. After the embarrassment that was Sega.
Time's up! In my sights!
2% of Sega that was owned by CSK. Sega now year-over-year profits thanks to no single player to Sonic Heroes having the following day, Sega announced that it would purchase the rest of Sega outright, completing
In my sights!
Not everybody
No escape!
thrilled with this announcement, fearing more budget cuts and layoffs. To be fair, they were right. One of the first steps leading to October's merger was that Sega Studios, which, as you might recall, was the Sega property. The company known as Sonic Team was about to assimilate into the larger Sega Research and Development Studios. You can only assume that the Sonic Team company's CEO Yuji Naka was not very pleased with this, but if nothing else, he was seemingly isolated in his own, well, team. What would you call Sonic Team USA? Well, around 2004, Sega, the American brand,
have no plans for that, and I have a good reason. It's been 12 years since Sonic first came out. All who experienced it back then are now old enough to have their own children. No! For me, and I'd like to keep this chain going. If I changed Sonic to appeal to adults, it would cut the chain off. Moments later, Tom wanted to play Jack.
No way!
Looking at Shadow's popularity and wanting to continue playing from Sonic Adventure.
Time's up!
For this next game, since the writer responsible Izuka would take the helm as writer in addition to his usual work as director and level designer. Thankfully, this time around, there were 3 other level designers, not just one, and the one that had fallen ill during Heroes recovered and came back for this game. Shadow wasn't plagued by the same level of crunch or staffing issues as Sonic Heroes, and yet the manpower didn't actually help the level design all that much at all. It truly feels like Shadow was an uneven project behind the scenes on most levels of production. Perhaps a game that was more of a darts at the board endeavor by the brass at Sega or Smoothie Sammy, rather than a true passion project by Sonic Team USA. For example, just like with this interviews about Shadow were frequently full of contradictions. Like, a lot.
Damn it!
Sonic Adventure, we have watched to Shadow in his As Izuka himself later mentioned, Shadow was supposed to stay dead. Also, as commenter Multiversus Jenna pointed out, Shadow was introduced before Sonic Adventure 2.
They got that wrong. Shadow was first introduces in a book to
Ready?
Just, man, I'm pretty sure all of them. Anyway, Izuka. Once again, a few years later,
The U.S. shooters character who can work with.
one thing Izuka was consistent on was
Out of my sight!
some of the ideas that Izuka had in mind for Shadow's game environments, or guns, or multiple drivable vehicles. If you're wondering if Shadow is somehow even heroes despite what to tell you,
Out of my sight! Time's up! No!
the idea of branching, choice-driven gameplay paths before putting a pin in that concept for later due to time and technical constraints. Shadow did execute on this idea in a pretty interesting way. It's outrun. Although Shadow the Hedgehog has 22 unique levels, you'll only play through 6 of them on any single playthrough on your way to completing one of the game's 10 endings, with your path being chosen based on which mission you complete in any stage. On paper, it's a pretty strong concept, allowing each level to be replayed multiple times so that you can pick your choice of the good, bad, or sometimes neutral karmic missions, which are often wildly different from one another. You can even swap between these missions in the middle of the level. It's pretty neat. Putting aside that there's a true ending that negates so many of those karmic choices, even though it requires you to play all 5 of the final stages twice just to get both the good and evil endings for each, Shadow's a pretty early example of a console game that wasn't an RPG that had these sorts of karmic choices that would become oh so common in the years to come. It's a shame then that it's sullied not just by poor gameplay, bad level design, and pretty hilarious writing, but also by a very clear wishy-washiness going on behind the scenes. Upon Shadow's reveal during Sonic's 2005 induction into the Walk of the Game, it felt apparent that Shadow was trying to push the boundaries of the usual family-friendly.
Let's go.
Let's dive right in then.
In the same way that a game like Jack and Daxter did when moving from 1 to 2, with guns and swearing. Except that's not quite what Sonic Team seemed to be aiming for, at least not based on my interpretation.
For the past several years, I have been trying really hard to make Sonic the Hedgehog appealing to the younger audience, and I've done that successfully. Now my commission is to capture the older audience.
To me, this sounds more like an attempt to reach a different audience, rather than the pulling back fans that maybe grew too old for Sonic's game-friendly image. This
Time to go to work.
Supported by Knuckles' comments that Sonic Team had wanted to make a quote-unquote
Take it from here, Neon.
for some time.
I'll get them off your back.
The choice to go with a shooter was specifically because shooters were popular in the US, despite the rule adjustments revealing that he was the studio that wanted to have its cake in the shooter too.
Let's make this entertaining.
Excoriated by it might be even more mixed tones from the staff about the was
This is the one.
You gotta see the feeling.
We got this. We got this. I haven't seen something this good in a while.
Lucky.
That's all of them.
Sorry if I dropped the ball. Yeah, we stand a chance.
Time to go work.
As far as most folks outside of the core Sonic fans were concerned, mainline Sonic was in a slump. Meanwhile, totally in the background, the two Sonic games produced by developer Deuce were thriving under the direction of Sonic Team's Akinori Nishiyama, Sonic Adventure 1 writer, and the man who would very soon take over Sonic entirely. But that wasn't where the focus was. Whatever the reason behind it, Sonic Team had a struggle in the spotlight.
Time to go wild.
USA worked on a few smaller projects, namely Knight's Journey of Dreams, the long awaited sequel to the cult classic Spider-Man game, and a passion Sonic, a way to thank Iizuka and the team for their dedication, or perhaps a way to pre-thank Iizuka for his coming career jump. This thanks allegedly took the form of Sega forcing Iizuka to change the game's platform a year into planning and months into production because they saw more money in the Sega to found their own independent studio in 2006. From 2006 to 2010, Nishiyama, the man heading up Sonic's successful handheld games, filled Nao's shoes and led Sonic to handing the reins to Izuka in 2010. In many ways, Izuka's career ever since has mirrored Yuji Naka's before him. Since beginning his trek up the corporate ladder, Izuka had only directed a single game. In 2009, Nishiyama and Sonic used to together. Moreover, his
Wish me luck. Okay.
Dealership to call home? Come join us at Billy Haunted. So I played the first Watch Dogs a couple months ago and was blown away. Like, it was so good. So I decided, hey, let's check out Watch Dogs 2 again. This video is sponsored by Billy. Back off! Your time's up! Got you now! Crush you!
Hit him where it hurts!
Nice try!
That was rough.
I can learn from this.
Don't drink them all at once.
No room for mistakes.
Out of my sight!
All right.
Hit it again, Jack! That was pretty good.
Now don't get hit yourselves.
solid.
All right, let's keep going.
Good.
Keep your head up straight, Jack.
Time to die!
Please tell me that's not the last one.
Hey, be safe, guys. Found a spot to rest.
I'll check it out. All right.
Looking for something new to do? Deliver with DoorDash. You'll keep your own hours, keep making money, and keep things interesting. Because that's how you roll. Easy. Just like that. Ciao. The same thing. Get started today at DoorDash.
No, I'm not. I'm looking at this video. What's good, my brother? How you doing? I was actually thinking about getting off. Tired as a bitch. Trying to figure out what to put on next. Said in my sleep. Oh shit. Damn, that shit falls on him and truly it just breaks. But his arm or something must have got caught under the concrete. Either way, when he hits the floor, his whole head is just leaking. So rest in peace, that guy. What's up, bro? I miss you, man. Be thinking about yours like every fucking day. Teddy told me she been talking to you. Yo, have you seen what the monkeypox looks like on people, bro? This shit looks wild, man. And it's like it's all around. They fucking. Oh my god. Oh god, they getting them things popping up inside their mouth too. Oh no. Yikes. Oh man, my girl work at the hotel, man. I'm so scared for her and me. Gotta worry about the monkeypox, bro. The dick in the monkey booty hole. Oh man. Motherfuckers really out here spreading that type of shit, man. They can't be right. That's gotta be an ignorant.
There's been 5 shots fired. They're gonna take you. What are you saying, you know? I'm beat. Fucking quit. I'm gonna shoot you. Put that down. I will fucking shoot you. What are you gonna do? No.
Oh my god. He put the gun to the back of his head and blasted him. Talking about some shots fired, bro. I gotta stop holding my head like that. I'm just wasting time right now. I'm probably just gonna get off. I'm sleepy. I appreciate you guys being in the stream though. Man accused of stealing Dolphins. Oh, Dolphins jersey. Shows up to court in the Dolphins jersey. Bruh. Can't make that shit up. Florida police sergeant chokes his own female cop. On camera.
Dang, nigga. You knew nothing, bro. I'm just recording. Hands are up. Just the phone. You can shoot me if you want, but it's just the phone. We both know it.
Back to school? At Staples.com, you can go forward to school. It's easy to shop by grade, or even see a list that's just for your class.
Chick leaves. Yeah, I should stop streaming. Alright, y'all. Thank y'all for